No. Okay, sir, my voice is clear to you?
Sir?
My voice is clear, sir. It is audible.
Yes, sir, it's audible, sir.
Any echo noise will be there?
No, sir, now it's not coming.
Okay, thank you,
Now
sir.
it's clear, sir, actually. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sir,
Yes,
may I
sir.
audible, sir? Sir, shall we start?
Please, sir.
Yes, it's time 10, so can we
Yeah.
start the program, sir?
Yes, please, sir.
Yes. A very good morning to all esteemed delegates. We welcome you all for the second day webinar session on behalf of JIT Innovation Institution Council in association with Department of Mechanical Engineering, who has organized 5 days faculty development program on prospects of research towards innovation development in higher education institutions. Now, I call upon Dr. Muthukumaran, Head of the Department Mechanical Engineering, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, sir. So, good morning. I welcome you all for this 5 days FDP program on prospects of research towards innovation development in higher education institutions, day 2 sessions. I heartily welcome Dr. R.T. Rajendra Kumar, PhD Professor, Department of Physics, Bardiyar University, Coimbatore, who will join with us shortly. I welcome you, sir, in absentia. Today, we are having the listed sessions. In forenoon, the first session will be on Research Scholar Challenges and Solutions by Dr. S. Ilangovan, Vice Principal, Johnson's Institute of Technology. Second session will be on Tools and Techniques for Writing Quality Research Articles by our guest speaker, Dr. R.T. Rajendra Kumar, Professor, Department of Physics, Bardiyar University. Afternoon, third session will be on digital resources. What are the choices available and how to use them by Dr. M.M. Madheshwaran, Associate Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering. And the last session on My Path to Story Booth by Dr. Sinjiravanan, Professor of Department of Physics. So I hope all are enjoying day one. So we will also continue the learning. So I wish you all happy and great learning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. S. Ilangovan, Vice Principal and NISP Coordinator of JIT IIC, to share a view about the title Challenges for Research Scholars. We welcome you, sir.
Sorry, sir. Please unmute, sir.
Sir?
Is it audible now?
Yes, sir. It's audible, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So, good morning, all of you. So, this is Ilangovan from Johnson's Institute. I'd like to thank Dr. Muthukumaran and Dr. Parameshwaran for inviting me. So, this is going to be a very short session, span about half an hour. So, I have taken a very light topic, but it is an important topic as of now. So, it is challenges faced by the research scholars nowadays. So, as far as the participants are concerned, everybody is working in a higher education institution. So, as far as the research scholars who are working in higher education institution, how this topic is going to be useful. So, the purpose of this topic is, yes. So I've taken only 2 slides. One is introduction, that is what is the necessity of this topic. So as far as the necessity of this topic, nowadays, this is going to be a real challenge, that all the part-time research scholars working in various institutions, they are facing a lot of challenges. So how to get along with this, the real challenges, and how to do a quality research. So people are doing a lot of research. So as and when they are registered, so they'll start doing the coursework. Parallelly, we'll be having all kind of pressures, kind of the academic work what we are doing. So we have to do a quality work with the academics. We have to do quality work with the other activities, kind of accreditation, your NIRF work, paper publication. So all these things are there. And we are expected to do a quality work in all the things parallel. So let us see what are the various challenges really people see. So I've just thought of listing out the major challenges. I've just got these problems or challenges. So time management, yes, this is a major problem. We could not able to allocate time for our research. We could not able to allocate whenever there is a requirement for the research. When you need to show your complete thing to the research, then your academics, your other works are getting into problem. Then the second thing, the so-called, everybody is saying about work pressure. So people are say about the various work pressure we have, and I could not able to balance the research, professional life, and personal life. So normally these two will be a problem for anyone. Balance, creating a balance between professional life and personal life. So apart from this, what are the other challenges? If we could able to see, there is non-availability of peer group for part-time research scholars. As far as the full-time research scholars, whomever is working with IITs or premier institutions, so they will be having a peer group. Suppose under one professor guidance, you'll be having at least 4 or 5 people working as far as the full-time employment, that is full-time research scholars. So in that case, so you will be able to have a chance to discuss with your peer group with so that what are the various challenges. Probably your peer group may be having your seniors and juniors as far as your research is concerned. So what are the various challenges in that university? What are the various challenges, or how to get along with the guide, and how to what is the expectation of the supervisor? What are the expectations or the challenges available in that environment? All those things we can easily get it by having a peer group discussion. But as far as the people who are working as a part-time scholars and working at various institutions, this is a major challenge. We don't have a chance to have a peer group discussion, and whomever is there also, we can say that a lot of people are working under him, and we can have a connectivity. But everyone is like you; they'll not have a continuous contact with the supervisor or the environment. So everyone is scattered. So that is a major challenge. So if that peer group discussion is available, then there is a lot of possibility to have a progress, required progress in the research. And resources availability. So resources, I have taken research tools as a separate topic. Apart from that, resources in the sense, the problem with the availability of materials for doing the literature survey or so, and kind of how to do publications, the awareness on that. So these are all I'm getting into the one roof as resources availability. Right. The last one is frequent self-review meetings. Either it is self-review or the review with the supervisor. So that is actually missing, being in a part-time scholar. So these are all the various challenges. We may have a lot of other challenges also. So, but I have taken the major challenges like this. Right. So, what are maybe the solutions for this? So, according to me, all these challenges are the solutions. So, the first one will take time management. We should know how to manage our time. So what can be done? So the major problem with the time management, this is not only with the PhD or research scholars or anything. So it is a problem of, it is a universal problem. Every professional will have this problem. Even a homemaker is having this problem. So this time management, if we are really good at time management, then things are very easy. You can do the things the execution will be really easy. So how to manage the time? So as far as the time management is concerned, we should have a clear plan. So all these things people can say, but how to implement it? So how we can do is, we can have a packet note. So whatever the works are pending to do, it is not only in packet note, it is not required that you have to maintain a paper or a small notebook kind of thing. Nowadays, it's all available in your mobile phone. Mobile phone is everything now. So, so we have to use a mobile phone. Lot of applications are there. So you can download the comfortable applications, whatever you're okay with. Then you can have a to-do list, and you should have set your reminders for various works. So if that has been done, that is a major thing people have to do. In the youngsters, that kind of practice is not there. If people are having morning when we start the day, if we chart the works, so these are the works I can do today, and you should have a clear timeline as far as your research, connecting this to the research. How can I say is, so you have to prepare a clear timeline that I have to complete this, do a publication in literature survey within 2 months or 3 months. The first paper, a draft I can prepare within this 3 months, or within the 6 months I can finish off the content for the literature survey paper. After that, another 1 or 2 months, one month you can spend on reviewing it. Not only the self-review, you have to give it your peers to have a review and give it to you, or either your peers or your seniors, or whom you feel that they can able to review you properly with your frequency. So those kind of timelines you have to keep. Suppose if you plan to finish your research within 3 years or 4 years time, then the whole 4 years you have to prepare a timeline. So a lot of people are doing that. So after preparing the timeline, people are not stick on to the timeline. If you prepare for 3 years, then it may go to 4 years. Within that 4 years, you have to complete it. So if the timeline is proper, and the last point I have given, self-review. So that self-reviewing and the kind of charting out daily work, then the time management is really easy. So the next one is the work pressure. So I will say that this work pressure, that is why I have used the term called so-called work pressure. So if you could able to expect things, always there is a proverb called expect than expected. So we should anticipate. So these are all the work we can have in the next 1 month. So if you could able to finish the work on time, suppose if you are supposed to give a particular document, if you are an in charge for one particular committee or criteria or so, you are expected to give this document at this time. So these are all some planned works. So I would like to say that 70% of our work are really planned. Whenever there is a in charge is given to you, then you should know what are the various requirements for this particular work, so that if you could be able to plan it, and whenever the data is available, that has to be filled into the respective format, what may be comfortable to you. So the format should capture all the details in even a small detail. If you could able to capture, and if you could keep in your comfortable format, and whenever a data is required in a different format, you can really just copy and paste it. That is enough. So maximum of our time. So the people who are saying that it is a work pressure, maximum time which is spent is only searching the data. Maximum, all the data we know, but we have kept somewhere. We'll be searching the data. So last 2 months back, we would have conducted an event. So the data of those, the photographs of those, so will be in search. So if you could able to organize it properly in your laptop or in your desktop or in your mobile phone, so this is a major thing. If we could able to organize the data, then I'll not say that it is a work pressure. You can parallelly handle 4 or 5 activities in a parallel. At simultaneously, you can handle 3 different, 4 different portfolios very easily. So that you have to practice. So keep a clear idea that whatever data is coming to me, or whenever I'm doing an event, whenever a particular data is coming to me, I'll put it in a proper organized manner, so that anytime it can be retrieved. It's a kind of data mining you have to do in self. So that is what it is. And this work pressure is reflecting because of the third point. Balance, work-life balance, people will say. Whenever you go to an IT company, in their pre-placement talk, they'll say that we'll have a clear work-life balance. So that is what they'll claim for it. So this is the major problem for everyone. So if we could able to have a balance with the research, professional life, and personal life, you have to spend a certain time for personal life. That is very, very, very important. Because if you are not balancing your personal life, you have to plan the activities. At times you'll be having a deviation, but that deviation has to be compensated, not only in your ISO documents or your accreditation documents. In your personal life is also it is required. So you should always have a clear deviation compensation kind of thing to your personal life. So whenever you have a problem, you are not going to your family, you're not spending your time with the family, then that will be a greater pressure in your research and professional life. So maximum will not have that complete thing in the professional life, means because of the pressure will be doing the professional life very easily. That compensation, that hit will happen only in research. So that is why people will do research for even 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. I've seen the big professors doing their, they could not able to complete their research. They'll discontinue their research, or they'll be doing the research till 10 years. Even 10 years people completed. They have taken time for completing their research. So this is very important. You have to give minimum time to your personal life. You have to have it. Even you can take your professional work to your personal life. That is not at all a problem. Only thing is, if the life partner, or our kids could able to understand, and if sometimes they'll support us also. So I know a lot of people, they'll take their professional work to their home, and the wife and kids will support, or husband and kids will support for our work, so that it will be easy. So that 1 hour work will get completed in half an hour, the remaining half an hour you will be spending with the personal. your kids and family. So if that kind of balance, if you could able to make, nothing wrong in taking your professional work to your family, but if it is affordable, whether it is affordable in your family, then you can take it. Otherwise, try to do the time management so that chart out the works. If that those listed works can be completed in that time frame, if it is not there, then you have to make a revision of that. So you have to carry over the work to the next day, but this carrying over should be reduced in a span of time. So this balance in research, professional life and personal life is very, very important according to me. So even after completing your research, that is PhD, then also research continues. That also it is required. You have to plan. This is my in each and every year I have to publish 2 papers or patents, whatever may be the requirements nowadays. So if you could able to have this charting out, then the balance will be very easy. Then peer group unavailability. So there is one solution for this. So we have to have a peer group. We should create a network such a way that we'll be having 1 or 2 full-time scholars with our supervisor. So we have to be in touch with them continuously. Casually, you have to have discussions with them so that you can able to completely understand your supervisor, his expectation, his or her expectation. So that is one way. The other way is you have to create your own peer group who are working in your area. So you should have either even formal meeting also you can have with your peer groups. So each and every month we'll meet and discuss about what are the various things. Only thing is you should have frequency matching in this group. At least you should not have a big group, then it will not going to be useful. 4 or 5 in your network, that is really required, who are really working in your area of specialization. Then that may be the solution. This is very much required. You will have this group, but you have to you know all the people, but only thing is you have to identify who is working in your area. A lot of people doesn't know that this particular friend is working in my own area. So we'll be discussing all our personal things. It's all fine, but this particular challenge has to be taken care in terms of this peer group creation. So if you are having constant discussion with your peer group, you will have automatically the pressure. Oh, that even this guy has completed this much of work. I'm very much lagging. That awareness itself is not there with a lot of research scholars. So for that, this peer group creation, one is you should have a clear, continuous interaction with your research scholars, means your research supervisors, full-time scholars, and at the other side, you will have a peer group with people who are working with your special area. Okay. Then resources availability. I don't think this is a major challenge nowadays. It is all available in this peer group will be supporting this resources availability. And research tool, yes, it is going to be a big problem. The thing is, the required software will not be available with either with us or with the institution which we are working with. Probably the research tools will be available with the college where your friends or your supervisor working with, but you don't have time to access that. So the best idea for this is try to use all the open source softwares. This is the only solution I can. So when you devise your work area, you have to plan for the research tools which are maximum of open source. If you are working with the open source, then you will have a different kind of peer groups, online peer groups you can have who are working in that research tools. Then you will have that particular challenge can be taken. So the last one is very important, as I've told in the peer group. So you should have a review meeting. This is very much required. People will be happy about, suppose supervisor is conducting a review meeting. That is 2 months once you have to come and give me the progress. If that is asked, then people will say that, yo, this supervisor is really irritating me. Lot of each and every 2 months he is asking me to, how can I show my progress? So this may be initially a problem. But what I would like to say is, you have to make it a mandate that whenever you find time, even you can request your supervisor, he or she may be really interested. Nowadays, supervisors are really interested to meet the students and to know the progress. The students or research scholars are not supporting the research scholars. Why? Means people are really one side, the people are not willing to meet the supervisor because they are not doing the research on their own. They are not doing their work on their own. People are going for various agencies. I should not, I don't want to touch it very clearly since I'm not interested in it. A lot of agencies are there now. I'm getting each and every day, I'm getting one new group invite. They are adding me without my knowledge. I don't know. This is not with me. Everyone is having. A lot of people are these kind of agencies or groups are really influencing us. I'm tired of doing all these works. Let me take this particular way so that my job is easy. Only money is going. Let it go. Let it not hit my professional life or personal life. So please don't do it. Why? Means I'll take another 2 to 3 minutes. The thing is, whenever you do research on your own after your PhD, it is not only for your PhD degree. It's not for only your PhD degree. So each and after your PhD degree also, you are supposed to publish 1 or 2 papers, and you should go for patents, NIRF ranking, NAC accreditation, or whatever may be the thing which is required. Nowadays, it is all requirements. It's all the various requirements required. But when you do a research through a second way, when you do a research on whatever agencies, or nowadays agencies are there for everything. Even they'll give you the PPT for Vivos. They are giving everything. Only thing is, whenever you face the Vivos, the Q&A session, probably the presentation also you can rehearse and go in a very well manner. But the problem is, during the Vivos, people will say that 1 hour we have to close our ears, that 1 hour will do everything. So, but after your research, you are supposed to have lot of requirements. For that, you cannot manage. Each and for research proposal, I think a lot of quality sessions are there in this FDP. It is planned how to come out of this plagiarism, how to go with the research article publications, all those things. If you are doing real research, then it is not going to be a problem after that. It will be a normal work for you. Only thing is, after earning your PhD degree, the next 1 or 2 years, you have to think yourself that you are still a research scholar. So the next 2 years, that is a major bottleneck for everyone. So once you complete your PhD publications, you'll relax. Let us be free for another one year. After that, let me do the research. That is a major problem. Most of us are having that. 90% of the people are having that. Only 10% are doing the continuing the research. If the next 2 years, if you could able to continue, or your mindset, you should keep that the next 2 years, I am the research scholar only. I have to publish another 2 or 3 papers. So then after PhD, if you are publishing your paper, the quality of paper will be really good. Only thing is that pressure, self-pressure you should have. There will not be any supervisor. Only thing is, you have to start doing getting my students. For that, you have to work for another 2 years. I have to get the quality student for my thing. For that, I have to do my research. You have to, normally supervisors are not giving any problem statements. So the major problem is that actually. So if I'm going to do a research, if I wanted to register for my PhD, then what I'll do is I'll blindly go and in search of a supervisor. This is what normally people are doing. Very few are having that problem. With that intention, people are starting their research. So before starting their research, they have to identify that problem. So in majority cases, it is not that. So it is our duty. We cannot blame the student, research student, whomever is coming with me. So what I have to do is I should have a few problems with me. It may be an extension of your problem or your own student's problem. So at least 5-6 problems you should have. When you really did your research and you're really guiding your students, then you will have a lot of problems. You can give many more problems. So this is the thing he has addressed, but he had not addressed it properly. This is having 3-4 options. It can be proceeded in either 4 options. So that itself is fine. So within, if you are having 4 research students, you have to identify. Normally, the full-time students will be supposed to work the problem of the supervisor. This is what is there. But nowadays, it is getting diluted. I'm not touching that. So most of the full-time research scholars will be working for any project, research that is funded project the research supervisor would have taken. So that will be divided into different modules. In that, full-time scholars can work. Or otherwise, the extension of the previous our own research or research topic of our own students can be taken. So with that, it is required. For all those things, the self-review is required at least monthly once. This is a minimum thing I can say. That is weekly once. Yes, if it is possible by you, then this topic itself is not relevant to you. Challenges and solutions is not required for you. Monthly once, at least a delta X improvement should be there. This is the major problem. If we sit for one day, then we can finish off, we can show some progress. Only problem is sitting, spending some time. So each and every month, at least 20 hours within a month, I'm saying. This is very minimum. 20 hours minimum you have to spend for your research work. If you started spending this 20 hours, initially it will be 20 hours. Without your knowledge, you will be spending more hours on it. The best time for doing research, that is, think of research is during your travel. I'll spend most of my time, the bus timing, for learning. Either some of the time we'll be having continuous telephone transactions. If you are organizing a meeting or if you are organizing an event, the previous 1 week we'll be having a lot of telephone conversations to be done. So maximum I'll take all the telephone conversations during my bus travel. Probably people are traveling at least 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening at an average. So this 1 hour you have to make use of for either reading or kind of watching different videos or reading articles. It's all available nowadays in mobile phone. So that is a major tool we have gotten. So I think with this I can close my session. I'd like to have few queries. If there is anything.
Any queries? Any discussion? Thank you, sir.
So thanks a lot. I would like to either one more point, I don't know, maybe it may not be liked by everyone. So if you are really happy with the spiritual thing, please have that as a guiding factor. So just before start of the day, you have to say that, so these are all the works I have to do today. This is what I have planned today. But whether I don't know whether I could able to, these are all the various challenges are there today. So please make myself to me, please give me strength to, or please give me the environment to me to complete this day in whatever thing I have planned. This is a general practice. Why means I am not saying that God is going to help you, but this is a psychology. This will create you the mindset that today I am supposed to finish off this. So this is a kind of mindset. So everything, whatever you have, that is, I'll normally say that work pressure, the so-called work pressure. The thing is, it is a complete mindset. It is nothing more than that. It is only the mindset. If the mindset is really clear, then we can make it happen, right? So thank you. I don't know. I think I have fulfilled the topic I have taken. So if anything else there, or if any controversial thing I have told, I'm sorry for that. So I hope people will be happy. That is a final ultimate aim. If we are successful, then we'll be happy. So I pray the Almighty to give happiness to all the participants here. Thank you. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
audible? Good morning, sir.
ஹலோ அண்ணா ஆர்டி அண்ணா குட் மார்னிங்ண்ணா.
குட் மார்னிங். குட் மார்னிங். கேக்குதுங்களா?
கேக்குதுங்கண்ணா கேக்குதுங்கண்ணா.
ஓகே ஓகே
அண்ணா ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாங்களா செஷன்?
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடலாம்.
ஓகேண்ணா, இப்போ ஃபார்மல் இன்ட்ரடக்ஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடுறேங்கண்ணா.
ஓகே
தேங்க்ஸ். பரமேஸ்வரன் சார், யூ கேன் ஸ்டார்ட்.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So I'm profoundly privileged and happy to introduce our today's chief guest, Dr. R.T. Rajendra Kumar, Professor, Department of Nanoscience and Technology at Bardiyar University. He has completed his Master's and PhD College of Arts and Science in 1998. He has completed his doctorate in this field of physics at Bardiyar University in the year 2003. His specialization areas are 2D nanomaterials, gas sensor, biosensor, energy storage devices. He worked as an associate professor in Bardiyar University and also worked as a postdoctoral researcher at Technical University of Denmark in the year 2007 and 2008. He was awarded as the India Top Citation Award, IOP Publishing, in the year of 2019. Fellow of Academic of Science Award in 2016, Best Faculty Award from Nehru Group of Institution in 2012, Young Scientist Research Award from DAE BRNS in 2012, International Visiting Award from Dublin City University, Ireland in 2010. So he has successfully completed 3 national level projects and currently working on development of server manhole sensors with the amount of 6 lakhs funded projects by RUSA 2.0 Beach. We welcome you, sir. Now I welcome Dr. R.T. Rajendra Kumar, Professor, Department of Nanoscience and Technology and Bardiyar University to address the gathering. It's over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
okay.
sir. Visible as well as the audible, sir.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much for the introduction and thanks for the opportunity. Dear student friends, I'm very happy to be in the part of this occasion and share something, some details, recommendation, insights about writing the research article. So for winding up the bandwidth, I'm just switching off my this video camera so that we will be having a good bandwidth for the further presentation. Okay, fine. So the topic given to me is tools and tips for writing a good scientific research article. So this is the topic, but I think for young students who are starting the PhD or research work, master students who are doing projects, who are writing reports, most often they find it very difficult in meeting the deadline, and they don't know what to write. So these kind of problems are there. Often it is called a laborious task, and people hate to take up start the work actually. So there is a fatigue involved in it, the task itself. So this session is, I hope this session will be useful for you to understand some of the myths and how to tackle these kind of challenges and how to make out a good article. So it would be very nice that if you could have some practical example that you are all having an idea or data, starting writing an article. If you could share that information, it would be a practical workshop, then it would be useful for all. But I will try to, in this session, I try to make as useful as possible. But the end, you can ask any doubts and questions, difficulties, blockage or barriers which you face in the article writing. I'm here to give some suggestions and show the way to how to overcome that. So that's I think please make use of this session. Okay. So let's begin. So next slide. So this is a brief outline of my presentation. Okay, so the presentation will be why, first of all, why we need to publish research articles, why we have to do that. And other thing is little tricks about article writing and how to structure the article. And what are the tips or recommendations to bring out a nice article? If time permits, I'll just tell you some styles and flow of an appealing manuscript. If time permits, or at the end you can also ask, we will discuss that. Then what are the parts, what are the process flow involving in writing the manuscript, execution of the manuscript writing. So these things I hope will be useful to you. So it's up to you that how you make use of this session. Okay. Okay. So then next slide. So let's begin. Why we need to write the article? See, article is very important because it is considered as a research accomplishment or research accomplishment that you do research in 5 years. What you have achieved so far. So the article publishing is an indicator that you spend so much time in lab, you took pain, and at the end, what the result you got. So that to show that article is very important. You can write a thesis. You can also present, show some conference papers, but that doesn't matter actually, because if you show them journal articles that actually have a greater credit compared to the conference presentation or proceeding. So that is a very, very interesting accomplishment you have to make. Then that is the reason we have write articles. And another is article writing is an evidence for the data belongs to you. You generate the data. If someone publishes the same results, if you publish earlier, then you own the credit. So that is actually a scientific evidence that you generate the data, you are the owner of the data. And article writing, publishing shows your expertise in the field of domain, field of area. For example, who will be called for chairperson in a conference, invited presentation in a conference? Who will be called for writing invited articles or review articles? Review article means a person who is working in the same area, excel in the same area, shows expertise in the same field of research, for example, sensors, for years and years. Editor will call him for write a review article. Okay, so what happened for next 10 years, past 10 years, and past 5 years, and what is going to happen in oncoming years? Can you write some article? So the editor is seeing that kind of expertise based on the publication record. So publication record is very important that you publish papers. And then papers, you have to attract funding also, collaborations, funding. So for that also you need to publish papers. Of course, if another thing is promotion. If all the faculties are doing publications, who are not doing the publications, who is doing the research, who is being active and productive, the publication record, these papers, only the main indicators for the institutions to give them the promotion and the career advancement and increments and so forth. So these are the very, very important reasons that you should publish an article. If you want to be in the limelight and in the radar, you want to visible for your fellow researchers, you have to publish. Otherwise, perish. So publish or perish. This is a popular word. You should understand that if you're doing PhD or going for a postdoc, that is an indicator that you are surviving in the research area. So that's why we need to publish. So publishing means writing scientific article and get into the journal and publishing. So here I would like to grab your attention that some people actually in very hurry, they'll go for the conference and present the paper there. So there is a problem because you have to compare now the conference proceedings and the journal paper. So which one has a more weightage? Obviously, journal paper publication has a more weightage compared to the conference proceedings. Because I am just giving the analysis here because the conference is quick, very fast. Review process is not stringent, and it's very fast and it will be published. But journal, it will undergo rigorous peer review. Your article will be reviewed, and it takes time, 2 to 3 months to publish and typesetting and proof correction another 1 or 2 weeks to 3 weeks, and then finally it gets 3 to 4 months even more to get published. But conference, it is very easy. But how? So why conferences are there? Why journal publications are? We have to have a strategy. If you are research in the earlier stage, if you want to get some feedbacks or inputs for minimum conclusion, you can present the paper in the conference and proceedings. Later on, you upgrade your work, add more data based on the feedback you get the conference, discussions in the conference, and then upgrade your article and go for the journal publication. Okay, this is the strategy I am giving, but some journals are very, very skeptic, meaning that if some of the portions are already published in a conference proceedings, they may not accept the paper for validation. So you have to keep the balance that you have to try always for a journal article rather than going for a conference proceedings. If data is very small, you can go for conference proceedings. But if you have a good data, meaningful data, it completes the story, the investigation is what? You go for journal publication. Okay? Okay, next. Fine. So this is a continuation of the checkpoints. So how to make a good article? Article preparation. So avoid salami signs or slicing the data to too thin. That means that you have a story to tell. For example, I don't know how you people are engineering background or material science background. If it is a complete story, imagine you made a low power antenna, right? Low power antenna. So right from the material, you design the circuit, you fabricate the circuit, you check it, you do some experiment, you checked it and proved it. This antenna is low power, consumes less power and transmits more data. Something. This is a story. But I can slice it into several parts. Okay. So design of that antenna. Design of low power antenna. One paper. Or I hide other part and fabrication of new low power antenna. Like that. So the full story is right from the design, development and testing. That means the final results and validation of the low power antenna. So the fourth one, the last one I mentioned, is goes for a journal paper. Splitting these things doesn't mean anything. For example, design. If you publish a paper, write a paper, design of antenna means whether people don't know whether the design worked or not. Okay, the fabrication means only the fabrication information will be there. Where is the novelty is there? There is no novelty is there. So like that, don't slice your data into too small pieces because that will be very useless. Instead, put together, integrate all the key results and try to complete on story and go for a good journal publication. Because high impact factor is another parameter for choosing journals. I will touch that upon later. But I will suggest that this is the slicing the data to too thin is not good for you. And pagination, it is plagiarism. Plagiarism, which I want to mention here. Plagiarism means that the content already there. Some contents are copied from the previous version. So that is one type of plagiarism. That means that researches already exist. You are just replacing the same content in your manuscript. That is not correct, and you should not do it actually. And most of the people, for example, a PhD student writing a paper, first paper, second paper, and third paper, what it has often feels is self-plagiarism. The content already published from his own paper is repeated in the next paper. So this is the most obvious thing it is happening, because I'm also in editorial board of a journal and also reviewing several manuscripts and my own research group, and so several experience I'm telling you. These are the bottlenecks the students have in terms of preparing the manuscript. So plagiarism and self-plagiarism one should avoid. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so what is the structure of the paper? So this is, people know, okay, this is if you take a paper, so it starts with the title, and then who published the paper, authors, and abstract, and the introduction part will be there, and followed by experimental part, materials and methods part will be there, and followed by results and discussion, and then conclusion, and then acknowledgement, then reference and supporting information if necessary. So this is the structure of the paper, and everybody is familiar with the structure. There is no doubt about it. But today's presentation or today's workshop, we have to little learn deeper into it. In title, what are the mandatory things we need to follow? How to effectively sculpt the title. For authors, what are the mistakes, do's and don'ts for authors? What are the key elements expected to be present in the abstract? Likewise, in introduction, all other contents we need to discuss. So this is the structure everyone knows here, who are listening here, because they read the articles before it is. Don't matter if they published or not, because they are reading the research articles. All the research articles are followed by this structure. Okay. So next. Fine. So now you come to the title of the article. So title of the article is very important, because you are writing the title means. Why it very important means? It is because you have a name. My name is Rajendra Kumar. So this is the name is the title for me. So that also is a very important. Title is a very important part of an article. Why it is important means, if someone searches your article, they will the words in the title will be coming into the database, like Scoopers and Web of Science. So now you want to make sure that so many people want to read your article, what kind of words you want to put on the title. But of course, you cannot put any word. The title should reflect the total content of the article. You cannot go beyond that. Okay. But you have to put in such a fashion that is very attractive, so that people can read it. And the search engine will catch it. If someone, for example, you can also try this exercise. Go to Google. Google is also a search engine. Just type low power antenna. What comes? So low power antenna means that what kind of the title it is giving. You can get it, and you can get it from the latest article. Okay, so that's what it. Who are the people are publishing, which group, which country, these kind of details you can get from that. So this title is foremost very important, that it's a prime attraction of your research article. You have to spend some time to sculpt it. Sculpt not sedukkirathu. You have to do some sculpture work to do the title article. Okay, so this is what it is. So I would like to say that article writing is more of art than science. Experiment is fine, that is science. Experimental and interpretation, everything is science. But article manuscript writing is an art. So you have to be master in that art, so that how you put forward your research idea, the presentation, the way of expressing, putting the results, your style, then the language, how you are using the sentences, grammar, these things are very important, that you make an effective article. You communicate communicate what you want to communicate. Actually, the results may show different, but the way you write it may be misinterpreted with the editors or reviewers or the readers. So you have to avoid it. So this is exactly that. Title is a very, very strong part of your article manuscript, because the world knows you from the title, what you publish. Because all the search engine actually only look for your title. That's very important. So you have to make very concise. The title should be like in 10 to 15 words. So it should mention the salient features of your article. What is the highlights, keywords, key points? So you write all the key points, then try to convert key results or key points of your article, and then you have to make the title. So this is what, and you have to carry every word in the title is very important. Okay, so don't use long titles and colons and semicolons, these kind of things should be avoided in the titles. Titles should be crisp and very informative, richly informative. Exactly, it should reflect the whole content of your article. So what is the problem? You are addressing what you actually achieved from the article. Okay, so this is it. Next slide. Okay, so this is one of the example of an article. Actually, the abstract, the title actually, we actually made. You can see that how the title is evolving. So this is a recent article we published, and you see that how we changes the titles, how the title evolved from, for example, from the first to third. Okay, next slide. Okay, for example, look at this. This is another example that tungsten oxysulfide nanorod intelligently sensing to ammonia and NOx gas at room temperature. This is the first title we arrived of our article. Then go for the last one. That is the final one that we published. That shows that highly selective room temperature detection of ammonia and NOx using oxygen deficient tungsten oxide supported heterojunction. So what is the meaning is, number 1 and number 3, there are a lot of difference, because in the number 3, the selectivity information is there. It's working in the room temperature and it detects 2 gases. For example, oxidizing gas and also reducing gas. And how we are doing it? By preparing the heterojunction. So this is the whole story. Actually, the title, third title is given, but some information are missing in the title 1. So title 1, there is no information about the selectivity, and how we are achieving, there is no information. So which title is more appealing? Obviously number 3. So this is the way that you sculpt your title. The number 2, second title, for example, you look at words are so high and brackets are there, and a lot of unwanted words also we have removed. Low ppm we removed. You can see that how we played with the words to make it very appealing and interesting. So this is way that you have to write several titles. Make sure that in which title is the less number of words is more appealing and attractive. So that is the way that you have to sculpture your title. Okay. If you have any title, if you could share your title, we can also brainstorm on it. That session is, we have time for that actually. There's someone writing an article. If they are putting the title, then we can able to tune it based on the results. Next. Fine. The second thing is authors. Author, co-authors. So what is the criteria for an author? The author who is having the ownership of the article. Co-ownership. Authors, of course, the corresponding author is the team leader or the professor who is taking responsibility on the behalf of all authors. But in principle, all authors have a responsibility of the content what they are presenting in the paper. If there is any error, if someone points out, all the authors are responsible. If there is a discrepancy, all authors are responsible. So no one can say that I don't know what is the content presented in the paper. Somebody put my name. That is not acceptable at all. That means that the author, who will be the author, the criteria is those who are one who is contributing for the research article. Contributing means scientifically contributing. Okay. So I'm a student, I'm just taking the student to the lab and picking up the student from the lab to home. I cannot be author in the paper. I'm just nothing for the paper. Who will be the author? The student, the professor, the collaborators who involve scientifically, who contribute scientifically into the author. Paper should be the authors. So normally there is some tendency that group head or institution head, these persons can be co-author, but no, it is not correct actually. If you want to give gratitude them, thank them, there is a column special part is acknowledgement. That's what I would like to point out here. Authors versus acknowledgement. So you want to say thanks to your management, do that in acknowledgement. Don't put the management name in the authorship. That's not good. That's not correct. This is unethical. So please be very firm and stand up and say that this is unethical, and this is what you have to do that. So author are responsible. See, taking credit of an author is okay, but what happens if some criticism comes from the journal? You have to defend it. That's why each author should aware what is there in the manuscript. You are signing the copyright means you accept that you are aware of the content, you are responsible for the content. So this is what you should understand about author. So author is a person who is contributing either in data analysis, interpretation, experiments, planning, and execution, or some content, some contribution should be there. Otherwise, you use it for acknowledgement. For example, funding agency, they are giving money. They are not co-authors. You have to put them in the acknowledgement. So this is what you should follow. Okay, next. Abstract. So this is another interesting thing, that abstract. Why I will tell later why these things are very important. Is abstract. Abstract is label on the bottle. So if you go and buy a bottle of medicine or something, there will be a label. In the label, you could see that what are the ingredients of the medicine. If you buy ice cream, look for the label, how much percent fat, sugar, these things are there. So that is actually the abstract is it should reflect the full content of your manuscript. For example, problem. What is your approach to solve the problem? What are the results you obtained, and what are the key conclusions you derive? Okay, so these four information should be there in your abstract, and it should be concise. You should deliver it in 200 to 250 words, because otherwise most of the journal won't accept. Okay, so this is see the article that they will publish. They want to save some pages, save some space for the cost. So you have to be very concise in your presentation. What do you want to convey? Because articles means it is also publishing fast, so that these points should be taken care of. So the abstract should have 200 to 250 words, but it should contain all the vital information, complete information about your manuscript. Okay, next. Okay, so look at the abstract here. This is a model abstract which we prepared. Go for the next abstract. It is somewhat trimmed. I will show the next example, which will be very, very useful for you. Next slide. Okay. Next slide. Okay. So go back to the previous abstract. Okay. Okay. Oh, no. Next slide. Stop it. Okay. So in this abstract, you can see that this abstract deals with the gas sensor, fabrication of gas sensor, but the informations are very qualitative. Performance is high, response is high, response time is high, sensitivity is high, good selectivity, like that it is there. LOD is very good. But if you go for next abstract, little bit improved abstract. Next slide. Okay, now you see that more numerical values are there. That means things become quantitative, measurable, comparable with the literature. So this is very, very precise, because you should not be writing superlative or larger, higher, enhanced. How much enhanced? What is the way to compare? So you have to be very precise. So abstract is telling the whole story of your manuscript in a quantitative way. So in this abstract, with upgraded abstract, you have all the numbers. What is the lowest possible detection value? What is the sensitivity? What is the numerical value? Value we have mentioned. So that is one of the good way of improving the abstract. So abstract should be like this, is more informative. which material you chosen, what characterization you did, what are the tests you made, what are the results of the test, and why the performance is enhanced. The how and why questions, all the things should be there in the abstract. So this is a model abstract. Just given. Next. Okay, so there comes the introduction part. So the introduction part is a bit tricky part, because most often people will be very strong in introduction. They will write 4 pages of introduction, and then it come to the results and discussion, only 2 pages altogether. The total article will be 5 pages. Introduction 4 pages, 3 pages, results and discussion 1.5 pages, and conclusion half page and reference. That is not a good article. So introduction here is to set a stage from broader perspective. For example, if you are doing research in some low power antenna design and fabrication, means you have to start from the signal transmission. That is a broad perspective. And then what is the current status in the antenna? And what are the research they are doing in bring down the energy to the antenna? Then your research, what you did. That is the objective of purpose. So the abstract should start from this flow, from a very broad, how much broad audience or readership it is hitting, and which problem you are solving, and in between, what are the other reports already published, how much value they got, how much energy the consumption they reported, what are the methodologies they have adopted, what is your approach, that is the objective of the present article, and how you are doing, how you are achieving it. So that's what you have to be very careful in writing the introduction. But you have a clear idea. You can make a good introduction in 1 page itself. You need not to go for 4 pages. It will be very, very vague, because nowadays editors and reviewers they expect it should be very concise and come up to the point. Okay, so this is very, very important, that you should not get bored the readers of your introduction. Introduction should be setting a stage for your work. How important, what problem you solved, how large problem you have taken and you have solved the problem. So that's what introduction should be there. Next. Okay, experimental methods. I actually forgot to share one point, that why we should publish our article. There itself, the point, allow others to reproduce the experiment. That point should come. We are publishing manuscript. Why? Because others should be able to repeat it and check the results and validate our results also. So that is the main thing. Here in this content, the experimental procedure is also one of the key aspects of an article. What is expected there is, without hiding anything, you put how you prepare the samples, how you generate your data, your figures or your graphs or tables, how that data is generated. You give all the information without hiding. So that is very important in the experiment session, because why the experiment session is there, why you are writing article is to allow other people to work and reproduce your results and check and validate. So that is a prime reason. So you should not hide anything in the experiment thing. Even, for example, in patent also, you will given patent rights, provided you disclose everything. You disclose means you tell the secret, and you get the right for you protection. Nobody should repeat that. If you hide the secret, then somebody will claim right for that. So you should be very careful in doing all the things, because you should reveal everything, and you should not hide anything in the experimental part. And the experimental part should be narrative. Narrative means you should tell the sequential steps, how you do the fabrication. For example, if you take a chemical reaction, right? So if I take a chemical reaction, I can mix the solution A and B, and then I can heat it into 200 degrees. I will do the reaction. I keep the beaker, put the solution A, heat it for 150 degree, 200 degree, then add the B compound element. So there is a difference between these two reactions. Mixing 2 solutions and heating, we give a different product, rather than heating one solution and adding another thing while heated, it will give the different product. So the purpose what I am telling is that you should mention the sequential steps so that exactly the same procedure, same samples or same circuits people can able to reproduce and check. So that's what you should do in the experimental session. So it should be very clear with the minimum expertise of your own expertise, people should be able to reproduce it. Next slide. Fine. Now comes the results part. So what are the results? Results is figures, graphs, what you are obtained from your research, table or column. And each figure will tell one story, one bottom line, conclusion. Okay, if you increase the temperature, what is happened? If you increase the gas concentration, what happens to the sensitivity? If you want to increase the, for example, in the antenna, so if you increase the power, what has happened to the temperature? That means how the antenna is heated. What is the longevity, operation power and longevity or noise? You can able to plot it. So in the x-axis, what the parameter you vary. In y-axis, what you observe. So this is what you want to do it. And make sure that the figures are nicely made. It is self-explanatory. If someone reads the figure, they should not read the text. So the figure should be that much appealing. It should speak for itself. You have to make the figure in such a fashion. I will tell you why. Because a lot of things are there. I will tell you why. And for example, colors and black figures, make the data points with dotted lines, dashed lines rather than color variation. Because see, if you pay for it, in print, if you pay for it, they will put the color graphics. If your manuscripts also printed in black and white, people should be able to variate your data points, so that some color will be poor contrast. So that make sure that if it is in the black and white also, your data points are clearly differentiated and verified easily. So that's very important. And if I look at a graph, I may being a reviewer and also a editor. If I look at a graph, I would expect to look for error bars, standard deviation, statistical analysis. How many times you did that results and how you are plotting it. What is the error? What is the tolerance level of the results? These information should be already in the graph. Otherwise, people will think that, okay, one measurement, these people are writing the article. So that's not good actually. So you have to have a standard deviation. And in the results part, you just don't bother about the interpretation. Why it is doing, how it, no, don't worry about it. Results means just present, bluntly, plainly present the results. What is the results? If the antenna is there, if you increase the power, what has happened to its temperature? What has happened to your noise? What has happened to its bandwidth? Just you write the results. Okay, because this part is meant for only the results, not the discussion. Discussion will be discussed later part of the article. Because for one graph, another graph, if you start to write the results of discussion, means it will be confusing for the readership. Okay, so don't worry, just write the results. Next. Now comes the discussion part. This is a very important part that one, for example, want to show their strength, their analysis in this part. Interpretation of your results. For example, if you generate the results, compare with the already published results. Seek for some scientific validation, scientific reasoning. That's what analyzing results. So here what you do, you integrate all your results and try to find a holistic reasoning out of it. But if you try to do the interpretation part under each individual result, then you will be missing the part. The puzzles will be not tied into your particular string. That will be missing. It will be bits and pieces. It is not good. You have to do it in a holistic way, that you have to tie all the results and integrate it, and now try to give a explanation fit for all the results merging all the results. That then only the whole behavior you can able to predict or interpret. So this is what you have to do. A good article, high impact article will be expect these kind of elements present there. So for example, if your results are completely different with the other results, write it. It is showing analogous behavior, because that actually positive results and negative results both are needed in the database. So normally what will have, we will be very scared. So if your results are completely different, we will be very scared. Okay, we did something wrong or what? What I suggest is, if something is different, then there is a fun in your research. Try to repeat twice or thrice. If the same results you are obtaining, which is different from the others, then there is something new information is there, worthwhile to share and publish. You have to find the reasoning out of it. Whether it is coming or out, expected or unexpected, try to find the reasoning beyond it. That is actually the meat part of the article research. That is actually real fun of the research actually. So you have to integrate all the evidences, and you have to throw some light on the new understanding, new perspective, how your article advances the field. That kind of input you have to give in the discussion part. How you will do? Only you, after presenting your results, now you look all the results, tie into one string and try to explain the results. Then only you can able to get it. Okay, next move to the next part, discussion part, and then next part. Next slide. Conclusion. Fine. 90% of the papers is the same repetition of the abstract. You randomly you check. I'm not complaining anyone, but 90% actually the people actually duplicate the abstract for conclusion. No, that's not right. The conclusion is a different part. Abstract is a different part. Conclusion, you wind up, you sum up the whole article, you highlight the key points, and what is the impact of your article. That is very important actually in the conclusion. How this article is useful to the readers, that actually you have to highlight in the conclusion. How it will stimulate the future work. How it will be useful for the research community. That you have to highlight in the conclusion part, rather than simply repeating the abstract. That is completely wrong. Okay. So this is the conclusion. So conclusion says that how the people weigh your article. How you want them to give weightage, where they want to put your article. So that kind of impact of your article should be discussed or highlighted in the conclusion. Next. Okay. So this is a model abstract or conclusion. For example, one of our articles. This is a model conclusion. Okay. So just a few seconds, you go through it, and okay, go for the next conclusion. Next slide. So this is a precise conclusion, very trimmed version of conclusion, because we removed all the unwanted version. For example, here our results create a new pathway for detection of non-polar VOC sensing, non-polar volatile organic compound sensing. Polar and non-polar. Polar means the molecules having charges and ready to give charges. Detecting that gas molecules is very challenging, easy relatively. But non-polar means these molecules are very silent, don't want to give electrons or take electrons. So detecting these kind of molecules is challenging. Actually, we made one interesting step ahead. That's what we wrote in the conclusion. So go back to the previous slide. Yeah. So look at the conclusion here. It is very vague. It is a repetition of the abstract. And next slide. This is a trimmed version of the conclusion, giving the impact of the research and the key points, how questions, why it is there, and what the article does, where is the article's places. Okay, next. Okay, this is a paper published. For example, that just example, there is an abstract which is taken, the given example for your this workshop. just for how the final version of the paper is there. How we trimmed the title and abstract is just shown here. Next. This is another example of a summary. The conclusion, you can see the conclusion. This is the preliminary version or first version maybe before submit to journal. Go to the next slide. Okay, you can see the next slide of the conclusion is even more informative and with reasoning. We have made it. Next slide. Okay, this is the published article. How it looked like the whole article. We try to inform in the picture or what is the highlight of the article like that. So the abstract number, you can see it's very abstract. We trim to 250 words. Okay, next. Then comes the acknowledgement part. Acknowledgement part, you give your who helped for your work, not scientifically, but for those persons, funding agencies who are not qualified for the authorship. If somebody gives blood samples or research samples to you, you can put them in the acknowledgement. So acknowledgement part is wide open. For authorship, they have to contribute intellectually to the article. Otherwise, make them in the acknowledgement part. Next. Reference. So reference is most of the time what the editors and reviewers expect is whether they have cited the recent reference. So some people will cite more than 20 years old references. That is not good. That means that you are not working in the latest problem. It will give that kind of information message to the reviewers or the editors. So the number of references should be crisp, not more than 30 or 40, and it should be latest reference, and it should be retrievable and readable. If someone clicks that, meaning you should give the exact reference name. For example, you are citing for McCarthy in Switzerland produced low power antenna. If you click that, it should not go to Siemens in USA. People will get annoyed. So it should be there. Then self-citations. Unless otherwise, your previous published work is giving leverage for this present work. You should not cite. If, for example, some authors will cite 10 of their papers, the total reference is 40, they will cite their 10 articles. That means what it shows, whether that only group they are contributing to the field, none of them are working, it will give a wrong information. It will spread wrong perspective of the article. So it's not good actually. So your previous article is helping to understand the new one or advancement, you can cite. Otherwise, unnecessarily, please avoid the self-citation. So these are the points you should be careful in references. Keep as much lower possible references. Latest references you cite. Of course, the theories, definitions. For that case, you can stick to the old references. No problem. Okay. So these things are should keep the points in the reference. Next. Okay. Tools. Okay. Fine. So whether go to the next slide, whether I have that slide or not. Perspective slide. Okay. Go back. So these are the, see, now everyone knows that this title, authors and all. But now we spend some time to discuss that. What are the key points when one to remember how to get a good title? What are the information should be there and who are the eligible authors? What are the information expected to be in the abstract? Introduction. It should not be lengthy and it should start from broad to focus to your work. It should set the stage for your work. You mention what is your approach, what already in the literature, that kind of information is abstract. And experimental details, what we discussed is that you should put a precise data or sequential data, narrate the experiment so that the people can able to easily reproduce your results. And results part, the figures and tables should speak for itself. By seeing the figure itself, the reviewer should understand that you made what is the result actually. He or she should not read the text. That is a very good figure. If you make the figure, that's why that is an excellent figure. Do it. And don't mix up with the interpretation and results in the results part, because discussion part, there you do the interpretation. You tie all the results together, you integrate it, and try to give a holistic explanation for all the results, and citing the previous results work also. You have to do it that way. And then conclusion. Abstract is not a conclusion. Don't do the mistake. Conclusion should highlight, wind up your paper, telling the highlights, and also it should tell the impact of your research paper. That's very, very important. And acknowledgement, those persons who are not qualified for authors, use them in the acknowledgement, funding agency, these things you can use them for. And references, stick to very reduced reference as low as possible. Because if you put 100 reference means there are a lot of work published in this work. It will sound like that to the reader and the editor. So be careful in that and stick to the latest references. Stick to the latest references always, and give the precise information. Avoid self-citation. Too much self-citation. Okay, so these are the key points for good scientific preparing good scientific manuscript. But of course, there are tools are there. These the tools you know how which tools you want to use. For example, Windows. There in that there is a scientific equation is there. You can able to make it, and for drawing figures, Excel origin for plots is there. PowerPoints also you can make use to draw the figures. All are free softwares are there. CorelDRAW, Blender, Image for image processing, altering the contrast, and these things are there. The list is there. But what is main thing is I would recommend LaTeX to use, because you write 50 references. While correcting the manuscript, someone will remove one reference. Then you have to go back and you have to renumber all the references. But if you use LaTeX software, if you delete it, automatically the number alters by itself. There is less probability of committing a mistake in typesetting and all. So these kind of advantages are there if you use LaTeX. Initially you find it difficult, but I think if you write one article, I think it is very handy. And our students, our group are using the LaTeX to write the article. So this is the tools part. There are paid tools also. Making animation videos are there possible, and pictures are there. It is possible for paid. If you hire some paid software, you can able to do. Another tool is plagiarism. How original your article is. How much resemblance or similarities with the other articles. How many percentage. So that you need to have a plagiarism check. That's the software is there. You upload your article, you get the report. You see that how much percentage of similarities is there. Overlapping of your article with the other published articles is there. So that is there. Some journal allows 25%. Some journals single digits, 9% or 8% are there. If you want to make a good article, it should be below 10%. Then it considers a nice article. And these editors, editorial board, the reviewers have a search engine. They will just have a quick look. First thing they will do is check the plagiarism. And second thing they will do is how often you are publishing. To check the quality of the manuscript. For example, if you are going for high impact, people will check all these things. Then only they will allow for review process. Otherwise, straight away the editor will reject the paper. But don't worry, if it is rejected, don't worry. You upgrade the manuscript and go for a journal. Every paper has its journal to be destination is there. So don't worry. Don't feel disheartened. There is a way that you can able to do it. Please submit it and you make it accepted. Next. Okay, so this is article writing. So why it is tedious. Even students, if you take it takes times, weeks, months. It is boring task, and you don't know what to do. Whatever the version you give it to the supervisor, they are correcting it. Why it is happening like this? Because of the wrong strategies and improper planning, we don't know how to do it. So far we have discussed that. What are the points, what article, what are the content should be there, what are the mistakes you should be avoided. For example, in abstract, in introduction and all, it should not be lengthy, it should be precise, like that we have already discussed. But how to do that, how to execute that? So that is very, very tricky, and mystery is there. Then it is completely surprising. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, so one should keep in mind that if you submit a manuscript, I'm also reviewing several manuscripts. What I look for, I read the title, then I read the 250 word abstract, second, and then I simply skim, not read, skim, see the figures. Just I will just 20 seconds in the figure and conclusion. This is the fourth thing I will do. Foremost thing I do. I won't read, spend time in reading the articles. This, with the four information, I'll decide whether the article is good or wrong. இதை வச்சா ஈஸியா மார்க் போடலாம். இந்த 4 விஷயங்களை வச்சா ஈஸியா நம்ம வந்து மார்க் பண்ணலாம். டெக்ஸ்ட வந்து 6 பக்கம் 10 பக்கம் யாருமே படிக்க மாட்டாங்க. இதை பார்த்துட்டே அவங்க வந்து they will make the decision. Even editor and reviewer, editor will take the decision, then they send the article for review. So I also do that. Even your supervisor or professors, they don't have time to read all the 10. They know how to derive the information they wanted in very short time. They just only particular field they will go in and they will get the information from that. So your figure should be that much informative that even in few seconds you see it, the figure should be speaking for it. Okay. But why I am giving the perspective is because this will actually give a clue that how to start the article. How to start the article. Okay. You will be very surprised that the article writing is completely different than the presenting. For example, in the presenting, title, authors, abstract, introduction, experimental, results, discussion, conclusion, and all. But real article writing is execution is entirely different from this. Okay, so what is that? Go to the next slide. Yes. So this is very, very interesting process flow, which I adapted. I hope everyone will agree with me. So this is a powerful way of writing articles very, very quickly. Because article, sometimes it takes time because of the poor strategy. What is the strategy? Strategies here. The first thing what you should do is, you have to prepare the figures, tables, figure captions, and results. You write the results from the figure 1. What is the result is there? You write 2 lines. Okay, this is a notes of the article. First you have to prepare in this structure. Then once you're done with the text with all the figures, then try to do the discussion. Discussion means how comfortably you are able to understand or explain or interpret all the results. When you finish this, then now only you have to choose the journal. Okay, which journal are worth our results to be published? See, this is a secret I am telling, because most people they type the title and they type the authors and they start typing abstract. If you go in that way, I think you won't end up in good article. You will be lose tracking. The article will completely lose track, because the introduction part will discuss one thing, the result what your work will be different because of this strategy. But this is, if you adapt this, everything will start with your results, because you are starting your article with your figures, your results, and the discussion, figures, results, and discussion. Now what you are choosing, now you are choosing the journal. Okay, I have this much of results. I have created a world record in lowest power transmitted antenna. Then it should go for some nature nano electronics. Or I made a I use cheapest material to make these electronics, advanced materials, engineering materials. So because of the results and the content of the article, that actually determines that where you want to shoot the article, which level you want to go. Or you characterize the power, so you just reported the power characteristics, IEEE nanotechnology or nanoelectronics, IEEE power devices, like that. So just I'm giving 3 different levels of the journals and imitation maps. Okay, so this is the order. You start with the figure table, because I am adapting this for past since 2000, not in the PhD, from the postdoc, not in the PhD, because PhD we don't know the trick actually. After the postdoc, we follow this and it works very fine for me from 2003 on 5 onwards, because we used to take figures and we used to discuss with our peers. So first we take the graphs and we in the meeting, in the coffee time, we discuss this is the results we obtained, this is interpretation. Then this paper starts. That's what the beginning. I have put this order. So after choosing the journal, okay, we decided we will go for this journal. So then we will sorry for the interruption. Just give me a second. I will. Okay, now fine. Then you go for the references. You go for the acknowledgement references, and then note I am writing the conclusion. What is the impact of the article? And after the conclusion, I am writing the abstract. After the abstract, I am writing the title. Right? So now, please go back to the previous slide. Okay, this is the reviewer. I am audible. Am I audible?
Yes, MS. Yes.
Okay, fine, good. It's fine. So please go. Yes, fine. Now, what the reviewer editor is looking, first he will read the title. Okay, title is there. After what he reads, abstract, conclusion, and the figures. So now go back to the next slide. Okay, now which one I am making the last, title, abstract, and conclusion, because I have every information with the article. I have weighed my article where I want to place my results, and then finally I am making conclusion, abstract, and title. Now the article will be appealing. If you are not following this strategy, the titles keep on changing, the abstract keep on changing, the conclusion keep on changing, the paper will go for corrections and on and on and on. You will get bored and dejected. Finally, you don't know when you want to end the article, and you will be submitted, and you will get critical comments from the editor and reviewer. The article is not meeting the standards of the journal, like that, you will get the comments. Okay, this practice I am following. Most of the people are following, I guess. Then I understood that. Go to the next slide. This is the article published in 2009. You can see that they are giving the algorithm for scientific writing. This is worth to read article. You please read it. They are giving actually different order, but I think it's more or less fitting with our style. Figures, then summary statements. That is the results I mentioned. And scientific audience means choosing the journal. That is a scientific audience. And then material, experimental thing, and rechecking the data and results, and then references, introduction, title, and conclusion of the paragraph. So this is what it is done. Otherwise, if you start the paper in a routine fashion, the introduction part will be 4 pages. You don't know what to write. But in this, if you follow this pattern, if you know the results, then you can set the stage by writing the introduction precisely. Okay.
Okay, so I think next slide. Thank you very much. I think that's all I have to say today. Thank you very much. So I just give a wrap that we understand that what are the key elements of the paper, what are do's and don'ts in abstract, in title, in introduction, in experimental, like that. Starting from why we want to publish the paper, we have started, and we understand what are the components of the paper and what are the key aspects, recommendations you have to follow, and how to execute it, how to write the paper, what are the process flow to write the paper. It is not to start from the title. Title should come to the end. You start from the figures and then go to the results and discussions, choose the journal, and then acknowledgement, then go for conclusion, abstract, and the title. So if you, this is the secret or myth behind the secret behind the preparing a good article. If you have any queries, then I can able to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now the session is open for the discussion. Now the session is open for the discussion.
No, this is Suresh here.
Yes.
No, the most of the faculty members we have one doubt, like how to choose the right journals for publications.
Yes, that is. Yeah, that is a bit interesting question and also challenging aspect of your thing. So the first thing is your citations. Which sort of journal you cited the most? I think that is the where you have to pitch it. That is the first clue it is giving. That is the origin point that you choose the journal where you want to publish. So what kind of journal you use? For example, you are citing 40 journals means just give a check what type of journal is majority in your citations. The article cited, there you start. I think that is, so list one or two journals and look that similar topics are there in your that journal, then go for it. And what level of expectations the journal is having, what is the rejection rate, 25%, 10% or 35%, and how fast they are publishing. They are getting back to you with the review after the review comments and edit first response after you submitting, and based on the things you have to decide. So the first starting point would be that the article you cited in your manuscript, that is the starting point. From that you have to pick the journal.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes.
Any other queries, participants?
Yeah, this article, scientific article writing would be much fun, that every participant has an idea to write the manuscript. Okay, so in the workshop, okay, now we will write the results. Everyone has the results. Then it is a fun to give a workshop for scientific writing. That is a fun. 30% mean 30% having the results ready. Then we will start. Okay, this half day we will write the results. Next half day we will write the discussions. Okay, then this is where we want to proceed. This is a very, very powerful method, and make sure that your article should be understandable for non-experts beyond your engineering. Some broad field it has to attack. If you are attacking the broad field means, then the impact factor will be high and the acceptance rate will be much high. So it should be technical but understandable to broad audience. That's what you have to be keep in mind in go for aiming for high impact journals.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yes.
Sir, thank you so much for your elaborated ideas about the research and how to do the research, all those things, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, my question is, suppose we submit the paper in one journal, so
Yes.
that journal is not at all replay anything, that is those
Yeah.
taking too much of time. We didn't get any reply from that
Yeah, what
journal.
you can do is, see, you cannot submit to blindly to the other journal. What you have to do is, I am retracting. You have to send an email that I have retracted the paper. I have unsubmitted paper from you, and I'm applying for another journal. You have to give it in writing, and then you can submit to the other journal. So submitting same content to two journals is unethical. You don't have to do it. It is you will end up in big problem.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Can you send your contact mail ID or contact numbers? Suppose we have any queries, means it's very easy to.
Yeah. So I request the organizers to type my email ID in the chat box. They will do it.
Sure, sir. We will share it to all participants.
Yeah. RTR Kumar @ BUC, Bharatiyar University Coimbatore .edu.in. People will do it. I think our colleagues will share the email ID to the chat box, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it is shared now. Thank you very much. If any queries, you ask me. Yeah. Okay, so if there is no more queries, then I thank for the opportunity. It has been very nice been sharing, because I wanted to give such a presentation for a long time. Actually, because of Johnson's institution, I made it actually. So this bit, I'm a little bit even I would like to enrich with more practical examples. You take several papers, and from starting how it looked like, and the end, the transformation of the articles. Actually, that I wanted to give, but there is no time because we are doing it in online. That is the reason that I cannot able to do that. Otherwise, it would be a practical guide for everyone to get more insights about article writing. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's really like, see, you have published a lot of papers. So hearing it from the horse mouth is wonderful. So on behalf of Johnson's Institute of Technology, we thank you, Anna, for preparing and presenting such an elaborate presentation on tools and techniques for writing quality research articles. Thank you, Anna, again.
Once again,
Thank
thank
you
you,
all.
sir. Yes, sir.
Thank
Thank you for your insightful speech and the discussion as well as your interaction for the audience. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So now I request all the participants to switch on the camera for digital selfie. I request all the participants to switch on their camera for the digital selfie. I request all the participants to switch on their camera for the digital selfie. I repeat, I request all the participants kindly switch on their camera for their digital selfie. a few minutes. I request all the participants to switch on the camera for their digital selfie. Few of them have yet to join. Few more participants yet to join. Thank you, sir. Thank you, professors. So it's time to vote of thanks. Good afternoon to one and all present here. It's my honor and privilege to extend the vote of thanks on this second day webinar. First and foremost, I would like to thank our honorable chairman, vice chairman, respected principal, vice principal, the director administration, the dearmost heads of the various departments, and today's chief guest, Dr. R.T. Rajendra Kumar, professor, Department of Nanotechnology and Science, Bardiyar University, teaching and non-teaching faculty members, and my dear participants, to making this webinar a more successful one. Thank you once again. Thank you all. So the feedback link will be posted on the comment section. The feedback link will be posted in the comment section. Thank you all.
பலவிதமாய் உன்னை ஆடவும் பாடவும் பாடி கொண்டாடும் அன்பர் பகமலர் சூடவும் உலகம் முழுதும் உலகாடவும் ஒரு நிலை பெறுவாய் காட்சி காமேஸ்வரி. அண்ணன்
Okay, sir. My voice is clear to you, sir?
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you,
It's
sir.
audible.
Okay, sir.
A very good afternoon to one and all connected here. I welcome you all once again to the second session of the 5 days FDP on prospectus of research towards innovation development in higher educational institutions. With all due respect and honor, I would like to introduce today's speaker, Dr. M. Madheshwaran, Associate Professor, Department of Mechanical and IIC President, Janssens Institute of Technology. He has done his PhD in solar thermal system at Anna University. He has published 23 journals, 1 book chapter, and has done 11 reputed journal review. He has also attended 4 international conferences and 2 national conferences. We are happy and eager to hear from you, sir. This session is yours.
Good afternoon, all. My voice is clear?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, right. I hope my slides also clear to you. It is moving. It is moving to
Yes,
my
sir.
slides. Yes, right.
Yes, sir.
So, good afternoon to one and all present here. First of all, I want to thank the management and Department of Mechanical Engineering to give an opportunity to present my views in the topic of digital resources, what are all the choices available and how to use them. So at present, Government of India want to develop innovative ecosystem through higher educational institutions. So as a faculty member, what we have to do means, as per with the help of our knowledge, our experience, we have to convert our work into a product. So for that purpose, we have to prove we are to be active researchers. So in this aspect, yesterday first session, Dr. Bharat Raja insists that 3 P's are important for the faculty members. The first thing is paper to project, project to product, then the product to be commercialized. So if you want to show you are an active researcher, definitely you have to publish the high quality reputed journal in each year, in a specific time period. So if you want to do all these things, you must know the very important thing is the novelty of the work and the scientific relations, all these things. So the novelty of the work is very, very important. So even though if you have a novelty, if you want to publish the journals in high quality journals, we have to use this digital resources to prepare our manuscript in an effective way. So this presentation, I will show you what are all the tools I personally used to publish the high quality papers. I start my publishing work in the year of 2017. I am in the field from 2009 onwards. I am here, but first 6 to 7 years, I am not doing any type of publication activity. Then only I will start to do this. So my first publication was my first paper was published. This is the first paper. This is my first paper. So this is the paper is published at Elsevier Publication Solar Energy. The impact factor for this journal is 7.1. So what makes this means I use all these digital resources in an effective way to prepare my manuscript and establish my novelty in an effective manner. So in this presentation, I will share my own experience how to use all the digital resources in an effective way to prepare all your manuscripts. So what are they? So the first important thing is we have some plotting softwares, graph plotting software and schematics preparation softwares are there. That is the first thing we have to know. Then how to use the Scopus website or the Scopus database for effectively collecting the literature. Then how to transfer the effective data that is collected from Scopus into a reference manager that is known as Mendeley. So if you use Mendeley, it is very simple and easier to prepare our manuscript based on the citation style that is required by the particular publisher. Then I want to explain something about the plagiarism softwares and the grammar checkers. At present, these are all the very essential things. The high quality publications are required less than 10% of plagiarism, and also we need the good quality of English also. So what are all the digital tools are available in this sector? And also I have to show some useful links for data collection, then other databases. So these six things, in the six areas I have to show what are all the digital tools are available. So normally people will try with to plotting our graph with MS Excel, but if in your data or your graph require lot of chemical formulas and other thing means chemical formula and all these things means it is difficult to use Excel. So we have an specialized software. This is known as the software name is Sigma Plot. So Sigma Plot is an digital tool. It is used to create high quality graphs with specific symbols also can be added, specific picture can be added. So high quality graphs we can create it through this Sigma Plot graph. So here what are all the varieties of graphs are available here means that is scatter diagram, contour plot, then 3D contour plot, 3D scatter diagrams, bar chart, all these things are available here. So this is the one of the graph I am plotted using this thing. So look at here. So if you, especially if you go for different varieties of graphs, especially in the area, if you want to do the regression analysis, it is also incorporated here. So you can create high quality plot with higher resolution. Okay, and also the regression analysis, all these things are data fitting, all these things are available here also. So how to do a graph means I will simply show it to you. So I will take in data. So this is my data. I will take it. So if you want to create a new thing, go with the new data configuration. So this is the data. So here I will just select it. Then what type of data? It is an line plot or scatter plot. Which type of plot you are in need? So select the appropriate thing. So it is, I will take the line plot and this is the thing. So I will select. So which type of data format is there? It is XY pair or X many, Y many. So different things are there. So you may select the appropriate thing, then just click it and finish. You will get the graphs. So these things are already available in MS Excel also. But here, what is the advantage here means here you may create, you may export the data, export the graph. Name, so export it. So this is the very important thing is you may prepare you may change the dimension and also the higher resolution. That is very, very important. 150 to 300 different resolutions are available. So I will take another graph and show it to you. So if you go there, you may export it. So look at here. Here, at my present version not able to do it with higher DPI, but here the higher DPI option also to be available. Okay, grayscale or 24-bit. So here with the help of this, you may prepare a high quality graphs which are required for high quality publications. So that is the one of the important thing you have to know. Then another important thing, this is the thing. So here what we have to do means it is not only a graphical software, it is also used to prepare the non-linear regression analysis also. So here, so in this work, if you, so in this work, so I prepare lot of graphs. All these graphs are prepared using sigma plot only. So look at here, there are a lot of regression analysis we are in need. So all this regression analysis, all these things to be carried out with the help of this graphical plotware, and this correlations also to be derived. So this is the very essential tool. You may use it for the preparation of the graphs, right? So this is the first tool I want to share. So there is an Origin is another software is available, but I personally recommend Sigma plot is a good tool to make the graphs in an efficient way, right? So this is the first tool I want to share with you. Then what is the second tool I have to show? It means sometimes we are in need of preparing the schematic layouts. So I will show my manuscript. So look at here, I am my area is solar air heater is my area. So look at here, I want to prepare this type of air heater components, the schematic layouts we are in need. So this is also to be prepared. Our ideas to be shared to the parties to the audience in a clear way. So how to prepare this type of layouts, schematic layouts. So for the purpose, I will personally recommend this software that is known as RF Flow. So RF Flow is another digital tool which is used to prepare novel layouts. Now, any type of novel layouts, not only for mechanical engineering, for different domains you can do it. So here, look at here, there are different stencils will be there. So you may brackets, cause effect diagrams, circles, then electrical electronic components. So flow charting. So different components are available. All these things are default templates. So we may, so industrial components are compressor, then pump, turbine, all these symbols are directly available. So if you use these plots, we can prepare the layout in a high quality, and we can publish in a high quality journals also. So I will show, yeah, this is for my case. This is, look at here, for software people, for computer science people, if you want to prepare the block diagram, so you may use this. So here also, all these the shapes, the template shapes are defaultly it is available. So you may use it and for prepare the thing. So look at here, this is for another one for mechanical engineering faculty members. Look at here, here we have all the blowers, all these things we are not able to plot. All these blowers, all these things, the shapes are, it is available defaultly. So you have to take the appropriate stencil. You have to add the stencils here. You may take it. So I will select that one. So industrial objects. So pumps and compressors, you may add this. So add the stencil. So close it. So if I need a blower, just I can place it. I can draw the circuit plot. So it will reduce our working time, and we can able to produce a good layout which are required in as per our journal standards. So this is for mechanical engineers. This is for electronic circuits. Look at here. So all the gate systems, all these things are available. So electrical engineering department faculty members and the electronic engineering faculty members, they may use this circuit, this components to prepare the circuit diagram also. Then data flow diagrams. So look at here. So if you want to prepare the mind map or any data flow diagrams, you may prepare it. So all the templates are already readily available. So you may use this templates for effectively preparing the data flow diagrams and all these things. So the first two tools are I will shown to you. Then the another important tool is okay. The another important tool is during my research, I have an issue like this. So look at here, during some times of validation. So if you want a validation plot, what happens there means, look at here. So in this graph, so I compare my analytical model with already existing experimental result. So my analytical model result is available with me, but my the experimental result that is given by the existing person, the already the researcher give the data, those data are not available with me in terms of numerical value. So during that time, I need that graph. I need that data means how can I will take the data. So for the purpose, at present, there is one more software is there that is called a plot digitizer. So using this tool, you may able to extract the data. So at present, it is earlier we have to install the software. So at present, it is also come in an online mode. So you may take the graph. So suppose if I need the data means you may capture it. So you may just pick x-axis, y-axis, which is x1, which is y1, then which one is x2, which one is y2. So you may pick the you may fix the origins, then you may just pick it, you may take the data from this software. So this is another important thing. We can use it in an effective way for taking the data which is presented in a graphical format by another researcher. You may take the data for our validation purpose, not for any other use. Suppose I am in need of, look at here, my professor is this one, Sagu et al. Prepared then another efficiency curve. So I want to compare these two things. But the Sagu's data is not available, readily available with me. So using this plot digitizer, we may able to do it. So this is another important tool we have to use it. So as per our presentation, so this is the first important tool. So for plotting graphs, if you go with the Sigma plot, for schematic layouts, go with RF flow. And if you need any other data in graphical form, you may use plot digitizer. So these are all the digital tools are available to do the work and prepare our manuscript. Then the second important thing is how to use Scopus database for the literature preparation. So I will do it here. So this is my Scopus page. So if you go for Scopus page, it will ask login. So once you get login, your desktop will be like this. So the page will be displayed like this. So what we have to do it here means every time we have to select the data. So we need lot of articles for reference purpose. I want to write the introduction part in my manuscript. I need lot of references. Okay. So every time if you write a research article, we may use the earlier work up to 5 years. Now the year is 2023. So I may take the reference up from 2018 to 2023. It is so closer. It is valuable. So I may use those data for my introduction part. In what way the existing research is done by other researcher, what is my novelty, all these things to be shown. So how I know what are all the current papers are available in my area. So we want to do the search. So if you use any other platform, if you go for directly the publisher's website, it is also not advisable. So you may search it in Google Scholar, all these things. But if you want and reputed journals, Scopus is a good database. So there are different options are available to search the manuscript in Scopus database based on article title, abstract keywords, authors, first author, source title, keywords, affiliation name, so ISSN number, different things are there. So you may use any one title and you may type the appropriate keyword for selecting the manuscript. So my favorite area is solar aggregator. So I will select only solar aggregator for my search. So if I want to write a research paper or the review paper, I need what is the current trend, what are all the research articles published by other researchers during this year. So I just click it. So the Scopus database will be displays all the data which are available. So look at this count. So far 3,936 articles are published in this area. So look at here in open access, how much there, golden open access, hyper gold, bronze, green. So different open access journals are there. Then year-wise count. So 2023, how many papers? 22. So year-wise data also will be there. Then by author name, who are published more number of papers in this particular domain. So Garg, Saini, they who are all they are the people. They publish lot of articles in this particular topic. So with the help of this, we may identify who are all the persons are expert in my domain. Then I can able to make an contact with them for doing the further research. And also for when we doing our PhD work, they may we may select these persons as an Indian examiner. So it is also very helpful for me to do further progress. Then here further the subject area. So solar aggregator my topic, but in what are all the subjects connected with this domain. So energy is there, material science is there, environmental science is there, chemical engineering is there. So why the subject area is very important here means we may select based on the subject area, we may select the appropriate journals. In what way it is connected with material science? I am working on solar air heater. It is a thermal based subject. But in what way, how it is related with material science, mathematics, okay, agriculture and biological sciences. So if you click on this tab, then we may identify how that particular paper is related with this subject, chemistry, mathematics. So all these things will be given here. Then after subject area, document type will be there. So in document type, whether it's an article or conference paper, review paper, conference review, book chapter. So erratum is different. Book, note, editorial, letter. So how many document types are there? So most of the time we are go with article and conference paper and review papers. So we may select the thing. We may take it the particular data in a separate way. Then what the publication stage, whether it's a published or article in press, so those data can be taken. Then the another important thing, source title. So what are all the journals are available in my area to publish the article? So that is also identified here. So I enter my area. So you may type your area, and from the source title category, you may identify what are all the journal papers frequently publishing the related manuscripts. So in my area, solar energy, renewable energy. So these are all the articles published, more type of articles in my subject area. So that is also available. Then keywords. So what are all the keywords? So I can identify the keywords here. Then this is also very important. So affiliation, which institution will be more focused in this area. So look at here in my area, IIT Delhi and NIT Hamirpur. So if I need any research support or any experimental support, I definitely approach these institutions to do the research in a further manner. So that is also available. So you may go with, you may able to select the affiliations and the other institutions who are better, who have the research facility in your domain. So that is also to be identified. Then funding sponsors. So you may identify in my area, earlier researchers get funding from which institution for doing the research. So it is in international scale. So in department DST for India, so various departments I can identify who are all the research board or funding sponsors are available in my area. Then country. So in a particular research area, which country will have more number of publications? In my area, so India is the leading publisher. So India have 1,209. So almost the total articles published here is 3,936. So this is the total count. But among the articles, how much articles are published by India? Look at there, 1,209. So that much articles are published by India, China, then United States. So we may check it. So which country have a more number of publications? So which country do better in a better way? So all these things, all these data are available here. Then source type, language also there. So these are all the data are available here. So you may pick all these data in a different way, right? So at present the year is 2023. Now I want to prepare a manuscript. So I need year-wise articles which are related to me. So what I have to do, I will select the year. Then I can click limited to. So if I click on limited to, what happens here means only the articles published in solar heater in my domain. So the list of articles published in the year of 2023, only 35 articles are there. All these things will be listed here. So only 35 articles will be there, right? So then I can click it here. So I will click it here. I can directly view the paper. We cannot able to download the full paper, but here I can able to view the abstracts. So whether the paper is related to me or not, my area. So my work is related to this work. Then if it is related, I need this paper for the citation, I can select it. Then 14th paper, I can select it. Suppose it is record for me. Then 8th paper, suppose it is related to me, I will select it. So what are all the articles in the year of 2023, it is related to me. I will select that papers. Then I can save into my list. So it is, so you may prepare a list, for example, SAH. So the list can be saved. So I will explain what is the use of this list. Then I will click it here. What are all the saved lists? So all the saved list database are available here. So so in 2021, so I will prepare 3 lists: 2021, 22, and 23. So so nearly 11 here on another 35 articles which are related to my area. So I will select all these things. So once I prepare the list, then I can open this list. Okay, so I open this list. Now, what is the use here means you may select this thing, select all, then you may save to Mendeley. So this is the important option, save to Mendeley. Okay, so you may click it here and yes. Now this is Mendeley, so export, just export it. So what happened here means all these data are saved in my Mendeley account. Okay, so I can directly use this. Look at here now. So all the data, 35 documents, what are the things you selected? All these things are saved in my Mendeley account. So now you can click it on view in your library in Mendeley. So unfortunately, Mendeley is the server is not working today. Yesterday night onwards, it's working. Today they have some updates. Definitely, if you click there, what happens there means it may open your Mendeley account. So directly you may download the XML file format. Look at here. So it may open. So if you click here, the database will open in Mendeley. In Mendeley, in your account, it will get open. Then you may download the XML file format. The XML file format can be used directly for the citation purpose in your manuscript preparation. Very simple. So you may need not type any references there. So you may take the data from Scopus, collect the literature, prepare the manuscript. So look at here, my final work I can show it to you. So look at here, this is my one of my manuscript. So I use Mendeley. So I will type. I have insert all the citations here. So once I inserted all the citations, then the bibliography part is automatically comes here. So I need not type anything manually here. So I take the data from Scopus, then save it in Mendeley, download the XML file format, then insert it in MS Office, which is very simple to prepare the all the references and the bibliography part. So it also does not it does not create any mismatch. If you delete any references in the earlier part of the manuscript, in back part, the default references and the bibliography part also can get deleted. There is no any mismatch. Then the quality of the paper also get enhanced. So this is an first important use of Scopus database while you preparing the manuscript for high quality publications. So this is an one of the use. Then the another use is so we may check it the college wise publication also. For an example, if I put PSG, so so if you click it here, so you may go and so for the PhD College of Technology, so how many number of articles can be published, how many authors are there, so you may know those data also. Okay, so what are all the data they have, so how many publications they have. So all these things we can take it. So you may select the appropriate years. So I will select only last 5 years. So what are all the data published by PSG College of Technology. Then you may select all. Then you may give this view citation overview. So the citation overview also gives how many papers are published by the authors in that particular institution. What are their H index? So look at here this data. So I will zoom it. So here we can check it. What is the institution H index value? So look at here. I will show the graph also. So what is the institution H index value for that particular institution. So the for the selected institution, the H index is 27 for the last 5 years. So and also for the first article have 287 citations. The individual citation for each article also to be identified. So this is also an data we are in need for to getting the we can upload the data for different documentation purposes. So the H index, those data also can be obtained. Then this data also gives for the particular institution who are all the authors, published more number of articles, then which in which subject area they are doing their research. All these things will be there. So in a particular institution, which journal article they get published more number of articles. So all these data can be taken from here. So what are all the collaborations with other institutions, funding sponsorship, so in from which funding body they get funds to do the research and publish the articles. So all these things are available here. So with the help of this data, we may able to prepare the literature in an effective way. The first important thing. Then the second important thing is we know the institution database also. What is the who are all the authors published maximum number of articles in which area? What are their citations? Where they are get the funding and funding informations. Then one more thing is we may also get the data for various collaboration activities also. So these are all the things are there. Then I will come to back. So one more thing is there. We can able to get patent details also here. Okay, so for an example, again I go to Solar Architect. So I need what are all the patents published in this area. So if you go there, so look at here patents. So here also, so these are all the different. So still searching, it is not yet completed. Now. So these are all the patent details also there. So look at here. So in my area, Solar Architect, nearly 86,537 relative patents are available throughout India. But Indian Patent Office not connected with this website. Look at here. You may take a United States of Patent, Japan Patent, then World Intellectual Property Organization, then European Patent Office, then United Kingdom Intellectual Property Patent Office. So all these patent offices are collected here. So you may search for your patents. So here also we may take the data. So you may know about the patent. So if you want to go for any funding, or if you want to file the patent in a particular domain, so you may search what are all the existing works are completed, or what are all the patents are already filed from this database also. So the Google patent also available, but this data is more informative for us to do further our research activities. Okay, so this is also there. So you may use the Scopus database. As per my point of view, you may use the Scopus database for preparing the effective literature. Then you may use the data for your citation purpose. Then the institution database also to be collected. Then the patents are also to be, you may take it from the Scopus database. So these are all the facilities available from Scopus. Then the next important thing is the reference manager. I already told it to you, Mendeley. So unfortunately today the reference manager is shut down. So we are not able to connect for this website. Definitely some updates are going there, Mendeley reference manager. So definitely it will work. So it is very easy for you to do it. So you may use Mendeley. My suggestion is you may use Mendeley for citing your articles. Then the plagiarism and grammar check. So first I will go for grammar check and plagiarism. So this is one of the software available that is called Quillbot. So here this is the thing. So here we have an option for grammar checker. So always from our, so all these things are, all these tools are given to us. We have to manually check it. All these things are some AI based algorithms are working in this softwares for preparing the manuscript. But anyway, if you want to use this tool, makes the sense. Make the sense means you are not blindly take all the things, just to put the copy and paste it here, and don't take the data as it is. Check it whether it tells the correct suggestions, you may accept it, otherwise you may omit it. So it is one of the tool. Quillbot is the tool. So it is not free. We have to get the paid membership for Quillbot. So if you go for Quillbot Premium, it gives the option for grammar checker. So look at here. If I want to do it, so I will take the manuscript, my manuscript. So this is my manuscript. So I will go there. So just to check, I want to check the sentence of this one. So again, so come here and paste it. So it gives some suggestions. So read carefully whether it is a genuine suggestion, you may accept it. Otherwise, write it in your own English. Okay, so the grammar checker, all these tools available in market, you may use it in your own perspective, right? You should not take all the suggestions that is given by the software itself. So you may check it whether if it is work correctly, then you may use the corrections for preparing your manuscript. So this is a grammar checker, and also the plagiarism checker also here. So it is not available in my account. So if you purchase it for an additional price, the plagiarism checker you may upload your manuscript here. It will reply with the report also can be downloaded from here. So plagiarism checker also to be available here. The another important option is paraphraser. So if you want to rewrite your sentences, most of the time what happens if you prepare the manuscript, the plagiarism may come. So how to reduce the plagiarism? We have to rewrite the sentence. So how the plagiarism checking softwares are working means, if the three words, the three continuous words are similar to already published article in any website or any journals, then it may take it as an plagiarism. So if you want to reduce the plagiarism, we may use this paraphraser tool also. Okay, again, the important instruction: don't blindly follow this sentence rephrases. You have to check it whether it gives the proper meaning or not. So look at here, I paste it, I use formal mode, then it will rephrase it here. Okay, it is not advisable, don't use as it is. Check it again, read it whether it gives the proper meaning, whether if you changing the words, the meaning should not be conveyed in another manner. Okay, so you have to use it in an appropriate way. So so if you use Quillbot or the plot digitizer, we have to follow the research ethics. We should not copy, or we should not just rephrasing the sentence. This is not applicable. Here, these are all the tools helping us to minimize our workload. We can prepare the manuscript in an easier way. That's it. But you should not blindly follow all these tools. We should not accept all the recommendations that is given by the software. You have to use your sense, and which one is correct, you may take it in an appropriate way. So okay, so this is the another software we can use it for Quillbot. Then one more thing is okay. So if the plagiarism is there, how I know? So the another important software we may use it is known as Turnitin. So Turnitin is the another important software to check the plagiarism of our manuscript. Definitely, there should not be any. Our article should not be plagiarized. The high quality reputed journals are asked, or they are requesting the plagiarism less than 10%. But the Shuddh Ganga and all other Indian theses, their objective is 0% plagiarism. So all our reports, all our proposals, manuscripts, then theses, all these things we are trying to attain 0% plagiarism, right? So there are the plagiarism is a separate topic. There are different conditions are there. So if you use this software to check the plagiarism, it should be less than 10%. Then only we can apply it for high quality reputed journals. So the first quality check in any publisher, they definitely go for the plagiarism check. Then they check the novelty. If these two components are not satisfied, the manuscript will be rejected in the desk itself. it should not go for the peer review process. It is directly rejected from the disk. Okay, so that is the thing. So look at here, I show one manuscript, my manuscript here. So look at here, this is the thing. So get loaded. So this is also one of my manuscript pasted here. So look at here, any consecutive 3 words are continuous, it is similar to other article, then it may called as a plagiarism. So you may download the, so this is the, so look at here, this is the one. So you may take the one. So this is the one. So airflow velocity meter per second. So this is the plagiarism, it shows here. So which article will be like that means the reference also article also there here. So in this article, link springer.com, in one of the article, the similar way they are also written similar to this words. So this is to be avoided. Okay, so for that purpose, we may check the plagiarism using this software, Turnitin. Then we can try to minimize those things. So plagiarism always to be avoided. It should not be there. So you try to minimize the plagiarism less than 10%. We may try to publish the article in another high quality publications. Okay, so when you preparing the manuscript, kindly keep it in your mind, write it in your own words. But what is the problem here means, if you already write 20 articles in the same domain, if you repeat the thing, definitely your as per your written style, it definitely give the plagiarism. So during that time, you have to switch over for the another area, or you have to incorporate an additional more novelty in your work. Then only you can able to write a new articles. Otherwise, your own words always will be similar to it. It always we may write it in the same style. So you may get lot of self plagiarism. So the self plagiarism only to be avoided if you do different types of, you have to add more novelty in your research, then only the self plagiarism can be minimized. So this is another tool. So so I come to plagiarism checker also. So some useful links. So what are all the other useful links? I will go through in a faster manner. So we are running out of time. So Library Genesis and another software, another library tool. Here we are able to download various books. So in my personal experience, what happened means when I do my research work, what happens means I want to know MATLAB. So I need lot of books. So look at here, he is the person from IIT Chennai. He will take the classes for MATLAB in NPTEL. So I go through the course, but I need more details about MATLAB. So the person have write the book for MATLAB. It is available in this website. So I take, this is the book. So this is the Library Genesis website. So computational technique for process simulation analysis using MATLAB. So this is the book I am in it. So I know this author only through NPTEL. I learned the course how to code through MATLAB for my analysis. All these things I observed, but I need some additional details. But that additional details available in this book, computation. So what happens? This book is available in Library Genesis. So in this way, this website helping me to do my research in a better way. Then Library Genesis is another important software. So the link is given here, LIBGEN. So otherwise, simply type it in Google. You may go through this page. Then another important thing is Shodhganga. So it is an the thesis repository system. So all the universities in India, they are who are all the doctorates, the research scholars completed their research work. All their theses are deposited here. So what is the use of this? This website means I know how to write my thesis. So how the other researchers in my area formulating the chapters, in what way I have to do the difference, all these things. So I refer nearly 10 to 12 theses in my area. So then only I can able to in what way I can differ to write my thesis. So that is a very important side, Shodhganga. And also I can able to know who are all the researchers are working in my area. I can take it as an Indian examiner. So that is also to be take it from this website, Shodhganga. Then the another important thing is Google Scholar. You already know. So we may We may know from this website, we may know what are all the latest articles published year-wise. So here the important option is create alert. So if you go and take the option of create alert, so any articles that are published in your area, then it can be immediately intimated to you through mail. So this is an important update. So I think every Tuesday and Saturday I will receive the mails. What are all the architect papers are published in my domain. So it is helpful to me. Who are all the researchers are acting in my area? What are all the latest developments? All these things I can easily attend. So suppose sometimes I have in my mind I have certain novelty. Sometimes in the end of the week I can understand that the article can be published here. What is the idea I can create it. So it will minimize my literature search during the time. Okay, so this is an important create alert. You may create alert and you may aware about what are the things happens in your area. Then there are various websites are there. Almost several publishers are there. So why I should add this? Why I add this slide? This pictures here means in all the journals there is a one page called the journal finder. So if you are already write some paper, you prepare the manuscript, but in which journal you have to go? So there are a lot of publishers are there. In that publisher there are lot of journals are there. So in which journal I have to apply? I don't know. So in Elsewhere, Springer, Taylor and Francis, all these publishers, there is a one tool is known as Journal Finder. Go there, paste your abstract and title. It will suggest what are all the suitable journals for you. So you may try it accordingly. So as per your quality, as per your requirement, you may select the journal paper and you can upload it. So all the journal have at present, all the publishers have that facility journal tool. JOURNAL journal tool TOOL. So all the journal publishers at present they have a journal tool option. Then I already explained Scopus. What is the use of Scopus? The another important website SciHub. So at present, what is the use of SciHub? Everyone know. So if you need an scientific article for your research, you may just take the DOI of the paper, then you may paste it here, then it can be downloaded. But if the article published in the year of 2023, it cannot be able. The latest version of articles you cannot able to publish through SciHub. So the earlier versions you can able to download it using SciHub in a free manner. So the site link also given here, scihub.tw. Then the ResearchGate. So ResearchGate is another forum. We may connect with the other researchers. So in my personal experience, one of the research scholar in NIT Jamshedpur, his name is Sagu. Sagu connected. He gave the messages to this ResearchGate. Then we are collaborated together and published 3 SEA indexed articles. How he know me means in already published articles, in my articles, in all the articles I referred his paper. So he know me through my research article. Then he may send the message through this ResearchGate. Then we have collaborated and we published 3 articles in Springer publication and also ASME. So so in that way we may communicate with other people through the ResearchGate. And also if you have any doubts, any queries, or if you need any article published by any researcher, so you may connect through this ResearchGate to get the data and do the collaborative research work. So the ResearchGate is another important site. We may use it, another important forum. So mentally, so today unfortunately it will not working, but you may use it for it may minimize your work for citing your articles, right? So so these are all the things I want to share. So this is my first part of presentation. So if the participants have any queries, you may ask now. So in my second part of presentation, I have to explain about what are all the things you have to do tomorrow for the online e-learning course for design thinking. It is both for internal participants and also for external participants. So tomorrow there is no online lecture sessions. So tomorrow we have an e-learning session in the course of design thinking. We post the course in our Moodle page. So next 10 minutes, I have to explain about how to register for the course and other requirements. So now the session is open for the discussion. If you have any queries from my presentation, that is what are all the digital tools available for quality publications, you may ask now. Any queries from the participants? Okay, so I hope there is no queries. So now I have to start the second session of my second part of my presentation. So tomorrow we have an online e-learning course for online e-learning session for the course design thinking. So what are all the instructions for that one means? Look at here. So first thing, we will share this link to you. So ims.jit.ac.in e1. So use this link to log in. Okay, I will close all the page. So this is the page you have. So go through this page. So after entering into this page, go to the thing login. So this is the login page. So after go through this page login, drop down to this one. So is this first time here? So come to this this part. So here you have an tab like this, create new account. So here you have an option that is create new account. Click here. So it may ask username. So you may give any username. So I will put some username here. So it is not a name or anything. So username. But then go for the password part. So what is the password part? The password must be at least 8 characteristics, at least 1 digit, at least 1 lowercase letter and 1 uppercase letter, and at least 1 special character. So based on that constraint, you have to create the password. Create the password. Then enter your email ID. Okay. Then email, you have to once again type it. Then type your name. So I create all my names. Name, then city, then country. Then click it here, create my new account. So you have to click create my new account. So look at here, an email should have been sent to your mail ID. So go to your mail ID. Wait a minute, I will refresh it. Look at here, I received the mail from the admin. So here to confirm the new account, please go with this link. So click the link. Okay, so thanks Madheshwari Ma'am. So your registration will be confirmed. So again, click on continue. Okay, so now it asks to enroll for this course. So the course name is FDP on prospects of research towards innovation development in HEIs. So here we are posted all the course materials related to design thinking. So here self-enrollment as a student. So you have to click it on enroll me. Okay, so then the course will be displayed to you. Okay, so the course have 3 modules. Okay, so module 1 is getting started on design thinking. Then module 2 is empathize and define stage. Then the third thing is ideate, prototype and test stage. So these are all the 3 things are there. So here all these course materials are sequentially arranged. That means if you complete the module 1.1, then only the material 1.2 will be displayed to you. If you complete 1.2, then only go for 2.1. If you completed 2.1, then only move on to the next material will be get open 2.2, then 3.1, 3.2 will be completed. So we request you to complete module 1 and module 2 in forenoon session, module 3 and afternoon session. Module 3 and the assessment you have to take it on afternoon session. So go there, then click it on this. So all these things are videos. So 3 modules, each module have 2 videos. So totally 6 videos will be there. So go through the course. So click it here. So it gives another link. Click here to watch the video of module 1. So click it here. So the module 1 will be get open. Okay, so you may play it. You may play it and then complete the course material 1.1. So in that way, you have to watch all the 6 videos. All the 6 videos, then complete the assessment. That's it about the completion of this course. So you have to do this thing. So while you doing this, while you attending the video, so what is the proof for us here means take a photo like this and share it to us. Okay, so when you're attending the course, use the geotagged camera in your mobile. So the app is available, the geotag app is available for Android phones. So you may use that app. You have to take a photograph like this. Okay, so the photograph must consist the date, time, and the geotag of your location. So take this photograph and you have to send the photograph to me on the final day feedback. So at the end of the 5th day, we are giving one feedback form to you. In that feedback form, you have to attach this photo for the submission. So if you submit this photo, the certificates will be immediately downloaded for you. So that is the thing, you have to do it. In this way you have to do. So I explain you how to register for the course, how to go for the, how to use the materials, and how to submit the data for us. Okay, so go to our login page, create your account, then register for the course, go through all the video material tomorrow, take the photograph and send it to us on the 5th day of the course. At the end of the day, at the end of the course, we give the final feedback on 13th evening. So 13th evening, you have to submit these photos through our Google form. Then we will immediately give the certificates for you. Okay, the FDP certificates for you. So this is the thing. So this is the plan for tomorrow. So tomorrow there is no online presentation sessions. So tomorrow we request all the participants to go with design thinking online course. So now I will share the link for the course for the registration. So do the registration process. If you have any queries, kindly post the queries in our WhatsApp group or in my personal number. So we will definitely support you to complete the course. So this is the thing, this is the plan for tomorrow. If you have any queries regarding doing the course, you may ask now. So the course link also posted in chat box. So you may use this link and registration for the course. Okay, so you may use this link for the registration for the course, and you may complete the course tomorrow. So if you have any queries regarding the course registration process, you may ask now. So if you have any queries regarding today's session, the session is open for the discussion. Magesh sir?
Sir.
Yes, sir. There is no queries from participant side.
So
So
finish one session.
we will finish the session and we will start at 3:15 for the next session scheduled one. Sir.
Right, sir. 1 second, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your words of wisdom. Now it's time for the tea break. We will resume back by 3:15 for the next session. Thank you all. Welcome back to the second session on 5-day FDP on prospectus for research towards innovation development in higher educational institution. I am excited to introduce the speaker for today, Dr. Senjiravarnan R., Professor, HOD, Department of Physics, Jansen's Institute of Technology. He has 19 years of experience. He has done 5 journal publications and has also presented papers in various conferences. We are eager and ready to hear from you, sir. I request you to take over the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible to you all?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all present here. Today's my topic is My Path Story Booth. Before starting my session, I will start with the quote. மன்னனும் மாசற கற்றோனும் சீர்தூக்கின் மன்னனின் கற்றோன் சிறப்புடையன் மன்னருக்கு தன் தேசமல்லால் சிறப்பில்லை கற்றோருக்கு சென்றவிடலாம் சிறப்பு. It means that if you compare a king and a scholar has more predominance and more prominence than the king. The king is popular and prominent only in his kingdom and outside of his kingdom. And outside of his kingdom, he is not that much familiar. But a scholar is popular and prominent at all places wherever he goes. If you do all of your processes with trust, everything comes to you at the right moment. Be patient. Here, this is a story booth of a poor boy's professional achievement. I tell about him. He has born in 1982 and has initiated and completed his school life in government and government-aided schools with the support of part-time jobs and government scholarships during the year 1987 to 99. Also, he has completed his UG and PG in physics with a distinction from Government Arts College, Coimbatore. Because of his merit and his strong request, Bharat University initiated nonlinear dynamics in MPhil course in the year of 2006. It was very first time happened in this university history. Yes, in the year of 2008, his MPhil thesis under the guidance of Dr. Vijayalakshmi became the first specimen copy in the field of nonlinear dynamics in Bharatiyar University library. He didn't stop the process. He has applied for PhD in the same field again. Among the 10,000 applications, his HOD, guide, and other faculty members recognized his effort and gave chance to start the research in the same field. Outsiders demotivated him that why you have chosen a theoretical area if it was practical oriented area. You can end up in quick manner, but he didn't quit. He didn't mind others. He has started learning ferromagnetic materials and differential calculus with full of interest. Reason behind his field of interest, I tell you, nonlinear dynamics. It is a branch of physics that studies systems governed by nonlinear equations such as the weather. Neurons often appear chaotic and unpredictable motions. Here you can see the nature of tsunami. And just to see the nature of double pendulum.
Sir, Sanjay sir, sorry
Yes,
for
sir.
interruptions. Sir, slides are, I think, not moving, sir. We are in first slide, My Path Story Booth, name board.
Okay, okay. Again, I will show you from the beginning, sir.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Excuse me, Professor.
Yes, Professor.
Sir, you can go with slideshow, Professor.
Yes, Professor. I just did the slideshow only, Professor.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Dear Professor, is it visible now?
Yes, sir. Now it is clear. Now it is clear.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor. I tell you the reason behind his field of interest. Nonlinear dynamics is the branch of physics that studies systems governed by nonlinear equations such as the weather. Neurons often appear chaotic, unpredictable motions. We just observe the unpredictable motion. Example, tsunami. So this is the nature of double pendulum. You just monitor how and all it is behaving. If it is a simple pendulum, it will make the linear oscillation only. But if it is a double pendulum, it will make irregular oscillations. This is non-linear in nature. And we will see why he has specifically shown interest in differential equations, why he has learned differential equations, construction of differential equations, and classification of differential equations. That I will tell you in a clear manner. See, the reason behind the topic differential equation, suppose we know how a certain quantity changes with time. And if you are interested to analyze the rate of change of any quantity, and it can be analyzed by using the derivative. So rate of change of any quantity is the derivative. Example, temperature of a coffee in a cup. Number of people infected with any kind of a virus, example, COVID virus. Concentration of CO2 parts per million in an atmosphere. I will give you one example, construction of differential equation by using the physical system. Say, you just imagine any kind of a coffee, temperature of a coffee in a cup. Let us assume theta be the temperature in coffee and air. Because depending upon the temperature of coffee, the theta value will vary. So R is thermal resistance between the air and coffee. So dq by dt is the rate of change of heat flow from coffee to air. So what will be the rate of change of heat flow? So dq by dt is proportional to coffee temperature minus air temperature. So theta coffee minus theta air. The temperature difference between the temperature of a coffee and atmosphere. So proportionality constant is 1 by R here. 1 by R is where R is thermal resistance between the air and coffee. Likewise, we can model the real-time example as an equation. So simply, in nonlinear dynamics, if suppose you are increasing any kind of perturbation, if the variable is varying with a higher order, more than one, automatically it will become a nonlinear. Here, this equation will give you single order, means it will give you the result in linear manner. So in a simple equation itself, we can change the simple equation by adding non-linear term, and we can change this system as a non-linear system by adding some perturbation. So I tell you what is perturbation little later. But in this slide, you just understand we can easily model the physical system by using the differential calculus. This is an excellent model. I will run the model just to see. You just imagine any kind of an cheetah is trying to attack the deer. Okay. Cheetah is moving from this point towards the deer. Deer is moving along the y-axis. Cheetah is not moving along x-axis. It is trying to catch the deer. So what will happen? It will make a curvilinear path. This curve will give you the exact trajectory for the process. Say, for example, the cheetah is trying to attack deer means we can model the system by using this formula: x into d squared y by dx squared equal to root of 1 plus dy by dx the whole squared. This equation will give you the linear result. If suppose you are introducing any non-linear term over here, I mean, if you are introducing any kind of perturbation, hurdles, like in the between the cheetah and the deer, any kind of stones or any kind of hurdles present means, depending upon the resistance, we can introduce the perturbation. Depending upon the perturbation, we can modify the equation. Then the linear equation will become a non-linear equation. Here itself, if you have a first order equation with a second degree, slightly you will get some non-linearity, but it is not that much non-linear in nature. But if you're introducing any kind of perturbation to the equation, it will give you non-linear. So this is also main reason we can construct the model for the real-time processes occurring in front of us. This is another process. If anybody falling from any body or anybody falling from higher top level to bottom position, we can compare with the real-time example and we can construct the differential equation for this. It is d squared y by dt squared equivalent to 9.8. That's all. This is an equation for freely falling body. So easily we can construct the motion of a freely falling body by using the differential equation d squared y by dt squared equivalent to 9.8. So here also, if suppose you are introducing any kind of resistances or perturbations with higher order, then this linear motion will become a non-linear in nature. Here, construction of differential equation, equivalent equation for resistance inductor circuit. So electronic circuit also modeled by using the differential calculus. How? L into di by dt plus Ri equal to E. L is a self-induction. I think you are familiar about self-induction. It is the EMF induced in the coil with respect to the flux changes in the primary coil will induce EMF in the same coil. Will be the reason behind the L. Di by dt is rate of change of current induced. So L into di by dt plus Ri. R is the resistance, I is the current through the conductor. So by using this equation, we can model the electronic circuit by using the differential equation. Here also, if suppose you are introducing the internal resistance and the nature of the coil and depending upon the aging, we can modify the equation by using the perturbation. Perturbation will give you the variation. If the perturbation with the higher order means automatically it will give you the result in non-linear manner. So recent research also established, instead of using normal resistor, they are using carbon nano resistors. So that also will give you non-linear variations. So another real-time example, construction of differential equation for water leaking from a tank. You just see, this is easily modeled by using the formula dH by dt equal to minus A into root of H. This will give you the exact nature of water leakage from the water tank. So next we will model the parachutist. See how after jumping, after touching the ground, again he has to make different kind of actions. Otherwise, he is not able to manage the situation. So that's why, so he is using some other device to escape from that tarpaulin. So m into dv by dt equivalent to mg minus av squared is the equivalent model for parachutists. Now we will see the next modeling. See, object of a spring. If spring with the mass is making the movement like this, means we can model this system by using the formula m into d squared y by dt squared equal to minus ky. If you are interested to analyze this model by using the equation m into d squared y by dt squared equal to minus ky, we can analyze the exact nature of the spring with the mass. So here also, if suppose you are introducing any kind of an nonlinear term, then it will turn into nonlinear equation. Now I will tell you the perturbation. If any vehicle moving in a road, suddenly it is experiencing the speed break, it will behave like a, or the motion may be changed to nonlinear motion. If the speed is controlled speed, we can able to control and we can able to make a normal linear vibration to the vehicle. If suppose they are mentioning the speed of vehicle is 40 kmph, suddenly you raise it to the speed of 100 or more, suddenly you are facing the speed break, means you will experience a nonlinear motion. So this is called perturbation. Perturbation means sudden irritation, sudden hurdle or resistance offered to the linear operations. It will give you the result in non-linear manner. Now we will classify the differential equations. Differential equations, it relates unknown functions and their derivatives. So easily we can identify what are the functions important for the physical system. You just relate the unknown functions and their derivatives. Now we will classify the differential equation into main category. First one is ordinary differential equation. An equation contains only ordinary derivative of one or more dependent variables of single independent variable, then it is said to be a ordinary differential equation. See, you have one or more dependent variable, just single independent variable. Here also, more dependent variable x and y, and single independent variable means time term. We can use either vice versa. So any kind of an independent and a dependent variable is used. And in the case of an ordinary differentiation, if you are differentiating the two variables, we have to consider both are variable with respect to the other. Second type of differential equation is partial differential equation. An equation contains partial equation of one or more dependent variable of two or more independent variable. It means you have dou squared u by dou x squared plus dou squared u by dou t squared equal to 2 into dou u by dou t, like that. Here you have two independent variable and one or more dependent variables. Like that you are having means that is said to be partial differential equation. So while differentiating, we can consider the another variable, dependent variable, as a constant with respect to the independent variables. Now I tell you about nonlinear differential equation. Dependent variable of order is higher than 1 and it have the equations have nonlinear functions such as trigonometric functions, exponential function, and logarithmic functions with respect to the dependent variable, then it is said to be nonlinear in nature. Now we will analyze the differential equation by using a simple real-time example. Let us apply this process to any kind of a murder. In a certain house, a police were called about 3 a.m. where a murder victim was found. Police took the temperature of a body which was found to be 34.5 degrees Celsius. After 1 hour, police again took the temperature of the body which was found to be 33.9 degrees Celsius. The temperature of the room was 30 degrees Celsius. So what is the murder time? We can calculate the murder time in approximate manner by using the linear differential equation. I tell you how. The rate of cooling of body is proportional to the temperature difference or temperature between its temperature and the temperature of the surrounding air. So what are the given data? T is equal to 0. The initial temperature is 34.5. At T is equal to 1, after 1 hour, 33.9 degrees Celsius. Room temperature is 30 degree. Normal body temperature of the approximately normal body temperature of human body is 37 degree Celsius. Now we will model the above phenomena by using the formula d phi by dt is proportional to phi minus 30. So d phi by dt equal to proportionality constant k is introduced, phi minus 30. 30 is the room temperature, where k is the constant of proportionality, and you just use the variable separable method. So you are moving the variables, same variables at the same side. Say for example, d phi by phi minus 30 equal to k into dt. So if you are integrating this, you will get logarithmic natural phi minus 30 equal to kt plus c, where c is the constant of integration. Now you just see the limits for phi. What is the value? Phi is initial value is 34.5 minus 30.0 at t is equal to 0. So k into 0 plus c. So c value is logarithmic natural 4.5. Similarly, logarithmic natural, the second temperature is 33.9 minus 30.1. The time is 1 unit. So automatically it will become logarithmic natural 3.9 equal to k plus logarithmic natural 4.5. Logarithmic natural 3.9 minus logarithmic natural 4.5 will give you minus 0.1431. And logarithmic 5 minus 30 in general. So you calculated C value and K value, substitute C and K in this equation. K value and C value in the integrated equation. You will get an equation like logarithmic natural 5 minus 30.0 equal to minus 0.1431t plus logarithmic natural 4.5. Just to substitute the phi value, you will get logarithmic natural 37.0. 37.0 means this is the natural body temperature, approximate value I mentioned. Our average value of a human being is 37.0. So automatically you will get the ratio like minus 0.1431t equal to logarithmic natural 7 minus logarithmic natural 4.5. 7 came by making the difference between 37 and 30. So you just find the ratio and the difference. You will get minus 3.087. It is 3 hours 5 minutes. So temperature noted the time of 4 a.m. Police called 3 a.m. So murder time may be 12:55 a.m. Okay, before 12 it will become p.m. After 12 it will become a.m. So 12:55 a.m. may be the murder time. But this is the real-time linear model. Linear model will give you approximate solution. Maybe the murder happened in the time 12:55 a.m. If you are interested to increase the accuracy, we can add up the perturbations like any kind of an atmospheric temperature. Suppose he switched on any kind of an AC or any kind of an external additional terms and all you are adding means that perturbations will be included in the system. That will give you the 99% accurate value can be measured by using the nonlinear differential equation. So we can model easily this kind of real-time processes. So in this case, murder is a physical system is modeled by using differential calculus. Another example, the rate of increase in the number of viruses in a certain virus culture is proportional to the number of number present. Given that the number triples in 5 hours, find how many viruses will be present after 10 hours. So I have modeled the variation of virus culture by using this formula Pt equivalent to P naught e power kt. Use this formula and the value, you can find out the value of number of viruses at any time by using this model. You can check it out. So what is the main use of modeling? Mathematical models. Our creations are based on the mathematical models of what occurs in nature. We can model structural response to wind, waves, earthquakes, aircraft performance, chemical reactions, automobile suspensions, and steel bridge deformation, traffic patterns for infrastructure design, maximum capacity of files holding up foundations, wastewater treatment plants, like that. Many physical systems easily we can model and we can analyze and we can predict what are the remedies or inputs. Anything we can do by using the mathematical modeling. Now, after modeling, we have to analyze. No, for analyzing, we have many methods. So, numerical methods, algorithms that are used to obtain numerical solution of mathematical models. Without numerical methods, there would be no aircraft, tall buildings, long bridges. Planning is very, very important. Before that, what they will do, they will simulate and then they will calculate everything they will do before doing the processes. So numerical analysis give approximate but accurate solutions to the hard problems. So, before making a big processes, what they will do, approximately they will calculate. So like this, it may be, happened. So what are the remedies to be taken? So everything they will plan earlier itself. So numerical analysis give you approximate but accurate solutions to hard problems. Commonly used numerical methods. If it is an ordinary differential equation, we can use Euler method, Hume's method, midpoint method, Runge-Kutta method, Ralston's method. If it is partial differential equation, we will use finite difference, finite volume, finite element, spectral method, boundary element method. These are all the methods used. In recent years, most authors have improved a lot of methods to find solutions of fractional differential equations, such as improved F expansion method, Weierstrass elliptic function method, Jacobi elliptic function expansion method, tan H function method, inverse scattering transform method. These are all the methods to solve nonlinear equation. It is not easily solvable. You can't solve by simple integrations and all. You have to apply certain condition, then only we can able to solve this kind of an equation. See a few more examples. Hirota's bilinearization method. It's a very big method. How they will say it is a toughest method is Hirota's bilinearization method. And Backlund transformation method, exponential function method, Painleaf expansion method. Like Hirota, this is also very tough method, but it will give you accurate solution. Extended tan H method and homogeneous balance method. These are all the methods. If suppose you are putting this method in a Google, you will get the, how we can differentiate and everything they will give you. How we have to analyze, how we can simplify the equation, how the solution will come. Like that, we can understand everything about each and every method. So these are all the methods used to simplify the nonlinear models, nonlinear equations. Linear equations simply we can analyze and by integrating itself we can conclude. But nonlinear equations should be utilized and analyzed by using these methods only. I just listed a few methods only. Like this, we have many methods. Here, I am explaining one method, that is Kudryashkov method. Is if suppose you have a nonlinear equation with many functions like this, Wt, Wx, Wxx, like that. You have more functions in a single equation. X means single derivation, Xx means double derivation, Xxx means triple derivation. Like that, in a single equation, if you are having more number of derivation and more order, more degree. Order means number of differentiation, degree means power to the differentiation. If both the things are high, then it will give you non-linear result. So what you will do, where W equivalent to variable of x comma t, this can be defined in 1 dimensional or 1 plus 1 dimension or 2 plus 1 dimension or 3 plus 1 dimension. 1 plus 1 means 1 spatial, 1 temporal. 2 plus 1 means 2 spatial, 1 temporal. What is spatial? X-axis or x comma y axis or x comma y comma z axis, like that. So W is equivalent to Wxt is unknown function and x is a spatial, t is a temporal, that is time variable. W is a polynomial in W and its various partial derivatives. So now we will see the steps. What we will do, the partial differential equation is converted into ordinary differential equation in first step by substituting the traveling wave solution, zeta equivalent to x minus omega t. By using this substitution, we are converting the nonlinear, partial equation into ordinary differential equation. Then in step 2, you are substituting z of zeta equivalent to sigma a.g and sigma b.g. A is varying from 0 to n and b also varying from 0 to m. And q is equivalent to variable in zeta, then dg by d zeta equivalent to g squared minus g squared. We are assuming the derivation like this. Then you are again assuming the g value as 1 by 1 plus a into e power zeta. Then the above equation will create the partial equation, ordinary differential equation with more order. Now we are comparing the nonlinear term with higher order terms. See, so n and m appearing in equation 3 can be determined by considering the homogeneous balance between higher order derivatives and the nonlinear terms, like you are comparing these two. So automatically what will happen? We will get the value of n and m. Then finally, we will generate, substituting the values, we can obtain the polynomial in G, equating the coefficients of all terms of same powers of G to 0. Then we obtain a system of algebraic equations which can be solved by using Mathematica or Maple software to get unknown parameters. Then consequently, we obtain the exact solution for equation 2.1. 2.1 is the initial function. So this is the partial differential equation. Nonlinear partial differential equation is defined by using the solution. So that is your final solution. Okay. So W will give you the exact nature of the wave with the nonlinear dynamical equation. So now that nonlinear dynamical equation is an exact model of given physical system. You can model any kind of a system and you can analyze the any kind of a model. So if you are originating the physical system and you are converting the physical system into model, if the model is a nonlinear model, then we can solve by using this any kind of a method and we can analyze the exact nature. And easily you can publish a paper in a novel approach. So depending upon the method, depending upon the novel approach for the modeling, we can publish in a different kind of papers. The main use of analyzing this kind of an nonlinear system, the inquiry of exact solutions of nonlinear fractional differential equations has a very crucial role in several sciences such as physics, viscoelasticity, and signal processing, probability and statistics, finance, optical fibers, mechanical engineering and hydrodynamics, chemical engineering and solid state physics, and also biomedical engineering, system identification, fluid mechanics, electric control theory, thermodynamics and heat transfer. In these fields and all we can apply, and we can analyze the nature in a theoretical manner, and we can compare with the experimental studies, and we can predict and give the suggestions or inputs to the manufacturers, or we can get the idea about the exact nature of the dynamical systems. In the year of 2016, he has completed his PhD in nonlinear dynamics. Again, his PhD thesis also the first specimen in nonlinear dynamics in Bath University. After his completion of PhD with many complications, Anna University has framed Board of Studies members for Regulations 2021. Board chairman resulted out of 1,200 affiliated colleges among 1 lakh engineering college faculties. They have selected 30 BOS members only for SNH board. He is among the 30. I am. So each and every point of view, you just see, you can complete with the graduation and your expectation is fulfilled, an exacting message will be reached. So don't bother about anything. If you are interested to any topic, concentrate on the topic. Definitely everything comes to you. So this is the proud moment. You can see I am with higher officials. Okay, so this is the proud moment I experienced. I am one among that board members. So they are all in very high position. With them standing means the credit given by the Lord. So it will increase your inner strength, spiritual happiness and temperance. So hard work never fails. So this will give you magical of possibilities like this. Now I will give you the important suggestion, a beginner's guide to starting the research process. What you do, first, step 1, choose your topic. Either you are interested to establish a paper or establishing a book chapter, or you are interested to write a proposal. First, you have to come up with some ideas. Your thesis or dissertation topic can start out very broad, so you can use that also. Think about the general area or field you are interested in. Maybe you already have specific research interests based on classes you have taken, or maybe you had to consider your topic when applying to graduate school and writing a statement of purpose. So this is the main point you have to know while choosing the topic. Then second step, what you have to do, identify a problem. So you have settled on a topic and found a niche, but what exactly will your research investigate and why does it matter? To give your project focus and purpose, you have to define a research problem. Then in step 3, what you have to do, formulate the research questions. Next, based on the problem statement, you need to write one or more research questions. They might focus on describing, comparing, evaluating, or explaining the research problem. In step 4, create a research design. Research design is a practical framework for answering your research questions. It involves making decisions about the type of data you need, the methods you will use to collect and analyze it, and the location and the time scale of your research. Finally, you have a research proposal. Finally, after completing these steps, you are ready to complete a research proposal. The proposal outlines the context, relevance, purpose, and plan of your research. My best suggestion is better after writing the first proposal, better you can interact with your guide. It's not a big thing. Better you just interact with your guide. After getting the suggestion from him, you can him or her, whatever may be. So whoever may be your guide, you just interact with them first. Then you just approach the first proposal. Once you have experienced approaching any first proposal means, then you can proceed with many things. Again, I will end up with the same quote: the king is popular and prominent only in his kingdom, and outside of kingdom he is not. But a scholar is popular and prominent at all places wherever he goes. கற்றோருக்கு சென்ற விடமெல்லாம் சிறப்பு. So these are all my papers. If you see my paper, I have modeled many system and I have analyzed many system in my paper. If you Google it, you will get it. If you have any clarification, we will interact. Otherwise, moderator can wind up the session. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the lively insight, sir. Now the session is open for discussion. You can raise your questions. Thank you. Now I request the participants to fill the feedback form which is posted in the chat box. Please do fill the feedback form. Thank you for your participation. Let us get together once more by tomorrow. Have a good evening. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.